Hello, everyone. Hold on, I'm adding Miss Cat in.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can. I can.
Well,
Um,
that was adventurous.
it wasn't. Yeah, you were like, I'm there. I'm like, I promise you're not. I promise you were there with me, and then you weren't. Well, I mean, what I texted you, I stand by. Right, like a couple weeks ago, maybe even a month ago now. Everyone that's ever come to the original channel, I texted or emailed and said, if we did lives on these nights, what time of night would you want? Almost everyone said 8:30 p.m. your time, right? This is now the third time I've been here at 8:30 and people don't start showing up until well after 9.
Yeah.
And so I understand that everybody wanted to feel organized or something. And I do also understand that starting a stream at 1 a.m. is too late, but I think I'm done trying to be here at 8. Like
Sure.
tonight we logged in at 8 on the dot, and well, 8:05, but that's when we said we were going to start, and we started then. We didn't start speaking because there was no one to speak to except for each other. And moving
Until
forward, if
Joe popped in.
yes, well, and that was as soon as I sent him a link. I just that was me being behind. But so moving forward, I think, a few things will happen. Like on Friday nights, the only one I really need here is you, Miss Cat. So I was trying to give our friends a chance to be involved because it is alive. Um, but moving forward, if you're here and I'm here, we'll just go.
Gotcha.
We know Rachel's been here. She's been chatting with us since way before we were even supposed to come on stream. Um, she was off and on chatting with me a little bit all day. I just enough for me to know she was here, um, and that she was giving her permission, which my guides had given permission anyway. And Kat and I, neither one of us could get her off our brains, even though there are a lot of cases, and her case, has a DNA match, right? Like, but for some reason, it just sits weird. Um, and maybe she's someone who also wanted to talk about the joy of her life. She strikes me that way. Um, yeah, she. I mean,
So, the goal of this live is to give focus to the victim, for the lack of word, and to get their perspective
Yeah. I mean, we hope
on
to do
where they're at.
right. We hope to do some reading on on their case and see if any little thing comes up. But like, neither one of us sits here believing we're going to be the ones that crack some big case. At least not at this time, and nor were we led to believe that. But we were invited by a true crime victim who said it was her job now, one of her
Because she's a
jobs.
teacher.
Yeah, she's the teacher. One of her jobs now was to invite us to start doing this stuff because I'm supposed to start working on this stuff in a more public way. Miss Cat is supposed to start using her tools more. It's an overlapping interest, that things that we both watch and read about and things like that. So Kat's totally right. Like of course we're going to read about the case a little bit and see what we see. But we really, even once there is a suspect or even in fact a convicted criminal, this is always going to be some place that has way more interest in the person who's traveled into non-physical than we ever are going to have in the monster. Now, of course, people here, including myself, have interest in the monster. We're struggling to understand what happens and why it happens and how we can prevent it from happening in the future. And is there something we can do to help people's brains? Some medication, some childhood thing that needs to happen? Like, I think we're all hoping to understand that stuff. That's at least why a lot of us watch true crime. I'm sure some other people just like the thrill. But, um, so, there's interest in that. But I do think that part of the reason I think there have been killers since what we know since the beginning of time, right? Like even in the Bible, whether it is fan fiction or or absolutely 100% real or somewhere in between, like one of the first four people that existed was a murderer. So one in four, according to the Bible.
Yeah.
Um, and so, it's existed forever. However, the more we talk about it on social media, the more that it's covered in movies and TV shows and things. And while they always open those things talking about whomever lost their lives and family or whomever was the injured party, they always introduce it that way. But then that's the first 15 minutes, and the other 45 is spent on the predator. And I'm I'm just getting so tired of that. And I think it's just like if you believe in the power, the art of attract the laws of attraction and power of manifestation, as a whole group of people, we're manifesting more crime by paying so much attention to crime. It's
Correct.
it's eye crossing.
Yeah.
Um, so we hope to talk about the crime a little bit because we know that's what a lot of people want to know about, and um, we also though want as much as they can to tell us what they loved about being here, what they even loved that day, what they're loving about their perspective of where they are now, what their hopes are for the future, what they are working on, because everyone there has projects. We were literally contacted by a 2-year cold case victim that told us we're one of her projects. They all have life that continues forever, it's eternal. And I'm interested to know what some of that stuff is. I guess Kane does get more press than Abel, right?
Well, and our goal is to say, hey, we know about light. We know who shines their light when we look through channels. A lot of us do. And if you go by your gut feeling, which is what I thought I was going by, um, you could automatically almost pick out the bad guy. But when you know the world is about light and dark, and we're supposed to shine our lights, then we've got to focus more on the light. And Puppet's been gracious to let me join with her so I can hone the gifts that I found out actually in 2 years ago, three, in the Lori Vallow case. There was a psychic medium online that was talking to Tylee, Lori Vallow's daughter. And when she said, "Oh, that is giving me chills," I was getting the chills. And I'm like, what in the heck is going on? I mean, every single time.
Had you been getting
And
chills your whole life and just didn't connect it? I'm curious about that.
I don't, I've had, I've had like the phone will ring and I'll go, oh, that's my daughter. So, and I've done that since I was a little kid. It's like having a knowing that, the phone's going to ring, someone's going to be on the line.
Mhm.
And it's not like you get that electronic feeling. It's more just an I know, and it's like I don't know how I know, but I know. But there's things that have
That's
occurred in my life
clear
that
cognizant.
I just knew were going to happen. Not that or I dream about it and it would happen.
Mhm.
And so I'm like, and my grandmother and my mother always talked about the great grandmother who had um, juju or whatever they called it in
I just heard
Italian.
I just heard Mitzi.
Yes, he's here. He's like, my mother's sitting down. Um, and so I always knew what they meant. Mom always followed her horoscope. Um, so it was always an interest spoken about in my home. So I didn't find it odd that I would have something,
Yeah.
because there's just times that I know. And as a nurse, it was helpful
Oh, I bet. I bet.
to go, you better go check on that patient when I really didn't have,
A
it
reason.
wasn't in my timing to check on that patient, but things would tell, someone would tell me to go look at that patient and find them in a crisis. So it's been helpful to me during my career. But again, I still didn't think I had some, to me, it was intuition. And I didn't know intuition was anything special. Either you had it or you didn't, you know?
I think it's like everything is a sliding scale, right?
Yeah.
There's a Kinsey scale of intuition.
Oh,
Um, just like there's
so
a
that's,
sliding scale with everything.
yeah. And so once I kind of learned that, then I began to poke around on YouTube, and I met Pokey little puppet, uh, Plucky.
It's all
I
right.
call you, I call you, I call you, um,
Sneaky.
Plucky, or I call you, what? Yeah, we mess your name up.
Yeah, it's all right.
Claudia does calls it something, and yeah. So, and she and I just hit it off, and she shared her gift with me and helped me to understand that mine was a gift
Well,
and that
her
it really
family.
means something.
I mean, I'd love to take credit, but my mediumship is stronger than my psychic stuff, right? It may wind up to be a balance eventually at the end, but right now it's my mediumship, so I can't take credit. Her family, Claudia, Miss Claudia, by the way, I see you. I'm sorry. We just were in the middle of a conversation when you popped in. I didn't want to interrupt Kat, but I see you. I'm acknowledging that you're here. We have no problems, and we're glad that you're here, and we hope you're doing well. We're just trying to let Kat get through her introduction of this situation. But I would like to take credit for it, but I can't because the minute I made contact with any of Kat's family, they were like, "Hi, it's nice to see you. This is me, so you could identify me for her. I would like you to mention that she should be using those tools. She keeps buying tools because she's got gifts, and she keeps not using the tools. She should be using the tools." And then
Yeah,
they'd be like, "All due respect, love talking to you, lady, but why?
get,
I could just be talking straight to her, like give you the
get her on
corner,
the line.
right?" And that's been going on for, I mean, well over a year and a half at this point,
Yeah,
probably
yeah,
probably 2 years. But like, um, and I understand. It's like what, what? Um, I don't want to. It's scary and that kind of stuff. And they kept saying, "We'll just work with you at home. We'll just work with you at home." And it was nice of Kat to say, like, I graciously invited her here, and she would have been welcome at any time. I made that clear. Anytime you ever want to come on and use rods or use cards or use a pendulum, I said it a few times. However, in regards to this particular happening, a young deceased person came and she didn't say, "Hey, Poppet, come do this thing." She said, "Hey, Poppet and Cat, come do this thing." Um, I guess they decided they'd send a louder, more determined, more I don't know, like popular on the television kind of person to get Kat's interest peaked, right?
yeah,
They're like, "Fine, fine, we'll send we'll send, wait, she's also the primary reason for the majority of us meeting, really." And I thought that was interesting too. Because I'm sure there's chat rooms all over the world. Well, I know there are because I've been a chat room junkie, and I meet people for all different types of reasons in all different types of places. But the majority of the people that have been here on this channel for any length of time, we all met in usually one location, but we'd see each other in other locations on the internet, but they were all discussing one particular case. And that's when we all started running into each other all the time.
yep, yep. And because I've retired, I had the leisure to pop around different channels, and not to test a channel, but to see what information they might have and again to see if I could feel it, you know, to understand it. Um, and again, there's things that I still feel in my gut. I just don't know how to make the signals that happen along my spine um, read out yes or no. And that's when Papa told me to get on the rods.
Well, and then her brother, one of her brothers, is just all over it. And he was the primary person. Bibo was the
He's
one
the
that was
thief. Yeah.
primarily saying, "Got to get on that. I'll help you. I'll work with you." And I think that even yeah, he's here right now. Like he's like, it might have been a mistake because Kat is still resolving a lot of the feelings she has, which are understandable. And I would be in the same place she is, except for I'm on the other side with a different perspective now. Um, and so he's like, it didn't occur to me because I was just so excited for her that me saying, I'll work with you might have been part of why she dragged her feet because she wasn't sure she wanted to work with me because we have pending issues, right? Um, and so it was like, then I think that's probably why not terribly long ago, Grandpa started in. It was Grandpa that was next for her. That was just like, hey, hey, when are we gonna get on that? Like,
I'm leading this family.
yeah, and it was interesting. Um, um, but yeah, like, I think he just was like, hey, we've all talked about it. Like, we just thought Bebo, Bebo's laughing right now. He said, well, just finish the sentence. Bebo runs his mouth enough that we'll just let him cover it. And then we realized maybe other people needed to express like interest or support or, um, you know, let's see what chat says. Love you, lady, but get me cat. Yeah, her family. I mean, her family was just sort of. They've never been disrespectful. They're lovely. They're lovely, all of them. But
They might be a little pushy. I don't know where I get it from.
I mean, honestly, in the grand scheme of talking to spirit, they really aren't comparatively to a lot of different groups. They aren't that pushy. Um,
Yeah. No, I
Respectfully,
yeah.
Miss Morin, who we're here to talk about eventually, and she's been really patient. She's hung out with me, off and on all afternoon, and then she was like, "When are we starting?" And I was like, "Well, we are going to see if people peeked in. This is the first time, and I've already promised her just since we were sitting here chatting about other stuff. Look, if we don't cover it, we'll come back next week and cover you again. There's no rules that say we can't, and you clearly have a lot to say and a lot, but and it's teasing. She's teasing a lot, but she's been sort of shoving me in the arm, going, "Okay, what are we doing now?" And it's like, "No, we're still talking about other stuff, baby cakes. I'm sorry, but I'm not hurrying." But she's extremely, I don't know, she's extremely high energy and she's joyful, and she can understand why people might think that, and we'll get into all that. I'm sure she'll explain more, but like she can understand why some people maybe have said some things about her being flaky and stuff because she thinks that's fair dealings, but um, the energy she leads with, the people that have said, hey, she was full of life and sweet, and all of that's true. And she's like this tiny person that just fills a space with, and it's joyful energy. Now she's sassy molassy as hell, like um she's sassy, but sweet, right? Like some of us are just sassy and maybe we're kind, but we're not sweet. She's sweet, right? Like her arms are always open to embrace people. So I'm just explaining that now because I just said she was being pushy, but a lot of it's like, hey, come on, girl, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? And then she's like, I'm just kidding. And then she'll give me like a really big hug. And she made a funny crack like when we heard Mitzi cat's cat go meow, like she said, your cat got 3 legs. Whose cat's got 3 legs? Your cat got three.
Yeah.
Like, so she's having a good time. Um, how do you get comfortable using these tools at Plucky? Um,
Practice.
I guess, but I had, and Cat fell out of the sky. She'll be right back, but so, and we'll let her right back in. But so, for me, the mediumship, the clairvoyance, and the claircognizance have been just like I can't remember a time when that wasn't the case. And then the clair um, audience, which is hearing them like out loud in a room, came a little bit later. And then the claircognizance got stronger so that we could eliminate some of the scarier stuff like visuals and sounds until they're absolutely necessary to describe things. So I had all that happening for years before I decided to pick up a tool. And then I had a couple friends that were like hyper into tarot, and I'm not that visual in life. And so, I would enjoy going and playing tarot at their house, and they were constantly trying to explain it to me and stuff. But what was interesting is I just didn't connect it to the spiritual stuff at all personally, until I realized that I'd given a lot of readings to people already in my lifetime. I'd been to their houses and people that wanted me to do clearings or um, readings on the energy. There'd been even like crime things, but I had no real tools but me, right? So, and sometimes a notebook and some scribbling, right? Like I'm a scribbler by nature, but then I realized, okay, so if I start using tools like tarot, I know that the guides will get it right. They do. I just trust them, right? So I knew that that would be okay, even if it was just intuitive tarot reading. And then it would give the people I'm working with something to more real to hold on to and look at and engage with. And then that would change up the energy. So I started doing that when I realized, like if we hyped up their energy on the other end, we might even be able to get a bigger reading going than we have before. And then the rods I tried years ago and they worked okay. Like they were working, but I wasn't super impressed. And so actually the rods I just got back out like in the last year or two. And the first time I used them, I was like, whoa. I mean, things had changed considerably gift wise and developmentally since I last used them for me. But um, and I knew that, but I didn't know how significantly the tool would just be like an immediate extension of everything. And then when I realized I should be collaborating not just with guides, but that it wasn't audacious to ask for an angel's help, because I used to think, well, they're so busy working with other people, right? And that's just, that was me being completely foolish and blind. And so as soon as that happened, they just supercharged everything. Grandparents were dead 40 years before I was born. Glad to hear that, Claudia. Well, Claudia, I hope we heard you heard us as well. You don't need to respond, but I hope you heard us acknowledge that you're here and we hope you're well and all of that wonderful stuff. Um, I don't know what's poor cat, like, this is like the fourth time her stuff has died. So I don't know. I don't want to like proceed with any type of reading thing without her. Um, Well, for example, though, Wolf, your grandparents were deceased 40 years before you were born. Um, and I don't know, like I've connected. It was just this week. Oh, I know who it was because I was like, just this week I connected to somebody to family members of theirs who they never ever met, who were one who they never met and one who they didn't know very well, and they just were fantastically able to confirm exactly like what little this person knew about them. They were able to like pretty quickly hit those details like really fast so that like that person could have some confirmation that we were speaking to the right people. Yes, thank you, Joe. I wasn't sure. Like, I never know. Some people have been like, you have carte blanche to always talk about my readings publicly. And some people have said nothing. And some people have said, generally speaking, please don't. So it's hard for me to tell. But yeah, both of Joe's grandfathers, it was crazy. And then um, it was the next day, right? Wasn't it the next day we were talking to somebody else's grandparents? And it was like, is this grandparent week? And then Claudia said, no, that's next Sunday. Well, I mean, the only private reading you ever asked for, Wolf, was your initial, the initial freebie I give everybody. And, that was about something so personal that I was never certain, like, what I should say, what I shouldn't say. But other than that, like anything else that's happened has been either public already or um, that was it primarily. The stuff, another dynamic in your family that was read was on a public stream. Nook's grandfather did come through, in the before your grandparents came through. Right, but this might, I mean, at some point, like, it might be a lot of strangers that watch it too, Wolf, because this is on the internet, right? And it never dies. And so I'm just never sure. When we have private, like, group things, of course, like, if that's the rules, but I don't know if you want, and maybe you just don't care, strangers. Maybe you don't care. Because strangers don't know you anyway. But yeah, anytime you want to bring that stuff up, it's fine with me. They were all here. I think everyone in this room was here when we were talking about your dynamics, your family dynamics having to do with your children, and siblings and stuff. That was a live stream, and then the one other private one was about your bro. Oh, cat's back. Hi, lady. I can't unmute you because you have to unmute yourself. It says, but welcome back.
Text streaming is sucking what energy my battery is trying to hold on to.
Oh my goodness. And it's plugged in, right? Isn't that what you said?
Oh, it's plugged in. I even got a portable battery charger, one of those battery packs. Um, and it's hooked to that at the moment. See if I can get any faster. I've had it plugged in all day. I go out to the car, I plug it in the car. I come back in, I plug it in.
Uh-oh,
But
SpaghettiOs.
something has not wanted me to have be streaming, I guess. But
Um,
can you hear me?
yes, I can hear you. I just
Oh
was trying to figure out, like, um, hmm, why wouldn't they want you to be streaming?
no,
Uh,
I'm just saying. Yeah, there's a gremlin that doesn't want me to be streaming.
I don't know.
No, it's just my battery has literally it's been plugged in all day.
Yeah, I know. But it died before we were streaming too, didn't it? Didn't it die
Yeah,
once when we were just talking?
yeah. So if I disappear, just know I'll be back.
Okay, that's
So
good. Do you have any other device? I'm just asking that because I think we probably have some tablets that have been discarded by young person here that we could send your way if you don't have, you know what I mean? Like if the
I
battery is going to
have,
be,
but yeah, it's probably dead on the door now too. But um, yeah, I'll have to get it to. Yeah, I haven't used it in years, so it's not going to be charged either.
oh, right now, I
Yeah,
understand that.
they're
I just mean in general, is there something else like in the future where,
for
it,
backup. Yeah, it makes
yeah,
sense.
okay. If you wind up needing something, let us know. Just because, again, like,
No, I have a nice one that hardly has any miles on it. So
ooh la la, she has fancier than we have.
no, yeah, I got it when I got my phone, not realizing that your phone is a computer. Okay.
Yes, yeah, but it can be exhausted real fast. The computer, the phone, the phone
Yeah.
pewter, the phone pewter. Okay, here screenshots is what I'm looking for. Okay, so I'm sorry. Like we sort of got a little bit off the
Okay.
track because you dropped out of the sky. You fell out of the sky. Um, So you were talking about how you were coming to realize that certainly you always knew that you had intuition, um, but you were starting to realize it might be more than that. And oh, you were watching different people's channels to see. I suspect it was headed to like, do they sense things in a similar way that I do? Because then I could learn something from them. And if
Correct.
they don't, yeah, if they don't, then I need to watch someone else because I'm trying to use this as a school on top of just being interested.
Correct.
And so, I mean, I know everyone here knows you are the master of mods, right? Like you are super mod.
Well, I don't know that, but I can mod. I have modded, and people that need one at the last minute, I volunteer and sometimes get taken up on the offer. So, so I've been
Right.
in, yeah, lots of channels, but
But this is a lot of people who have some sort of psychic ability who immediately meet you and say, trustworthy.
oh,
I think that says something personally
oh, okay,
about you. Like that they read your energy fast and go, I can trust you.
okay.
I,
See, you know that. That's the stuff I need to understand.
well, I mean, like I don't
It
know if
makes
they
sense
I
now.
don't know if they go, she's psychic. I mean, I don't know if they have the time for all that, but they just say, I can trust her. She's not, some kind of troll that's looking to mod and cause trouble or, and
Sure.
and so they know
Thank
right
you,
away that they
Wolf.
can trust you. And I mean, as far as I know, when I think of the places I've seen you dressed in a mod outfit, almost all of them have been some sort of psychic or clairvoyant or something kind of channel.
Or at least a true crime, because there's a couple that are retired law enforcement and don't always have
Oh, so they
police.
profile people for a living.
Yeah,
Okay, so I think I'm just saying they all see you right away and go, "Good energy. I'm in on that."
yeah. But I don't watch just psychic channels. But a couple are, they're all involved in cases that we've all paid attention to.
Yeah. And so it was Reverend Donna that was the one that you really were
Yeah,
clicked in on first.
that I chilled with. Yeah,
Literally.
literally, because she'd say, "I've got spirit," or I think hers starts head to foot. I started noticing it in my shins, um, and my low back, but I assumed it was my nerves from my automobile accident.
Yeah.
That I didn't recognize it because I've got four ruptured discs, and so I just figured it was nerve pain. Well, it's not really painful. It's just electrical.
Yeah. Just like
Yeah.
when you have that kind of stuff too, like the ringing ears, like I get ringing ears a lot, and it's taken time to distinguish the difference between spiritually ringing ears and tinnitus from chronic illnesses. Um, I'm starting to sort of suspect, though, like just like in 100 years, they're going to know so much about all these autoimmunes that a lot of us have. I think they might find that there are certain. I think that there's a lot of different ways to come upon different abilities, and I think every human could access theirs. Some come like already pre-accessed in some ways, but I think everybody probably could over time with a lot of study, and then some of us just come charged in that direction, just like some people come as super athletes and some people come as geniuses, like just everybody comes with certain
Different
gifts.
skills.
But I do
Hmm.
think as they're profiling out like the certain types of autoimmunes, they're going to find because they're hypersensitive to so many things, um, so many types of energy can cause upset in their autoimmune issues. I think they're going to find that they can read things like even if they're not maybe talking to the dead, they're talking to or they can really pick up something about someone else because they really just are hypersensitive to energy.
Yeah.
And so I think that there'll be a lot of people with autoimmune or nerve issues that get it'll wind up in some ways they'll find out the ways in which it is a superpower, much like they have with so many other things that are classified as differences or illnesses. They found out that there's a superpower element in every one of those things.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah,
and
because I guess I didn't notice I had it until after the car accident when I'm recovering from a knee replacement, that I had nothing to do but lay and play on YouTube. Um yeah, I've always worked full time and raised kids, and running and running and running, and never had slowed down enough to listen, I guess, to
no,
it.
I think that's true. My life, I always had gifts and I knew about them, right? But like the the ease, right, became significantly easier for me once I had an extended period of not just quiet but near silence in my life, right? Um, where listening became one of the few activities left, and I
Yeah,
just to the energy around me. um, and so I think that that makes perfect sense to me because it clears out all of the other noise, and you're still hearing things and going, "Wait, what?" All the
yeah,
noise is cleared out. Why is there still a lot of stuff coming through? And so it was great to isolate it. Hello, Miss Baker, Ms. Baker, Miss
welcome,
Midnight,
welcome.
Anita Baker. Um, it's very good to see you. I hope you are doing well. But yeah, no, it was grandparent week. It was grandparent week last week for sure. It was Nook and then Joe, and then Claudia pointed out that grandparent day is this coming Sunday in 2 days from now.
Yeah,
And
my daughter hasn't announced it to me, unless my grandchildren said, "No, we don't want her there."
what?
No, no, I said I've gone every year for the girls, but she told me I have to let you know when Grandparents' Day is. It's coming up, but she never told me yet. But I know it's coming soon
Yeah. Huh.
if I haven't missed it.
Has
So,
there anything gone on in their school? Sorry, you got a little loud for a second there, but I think it might be on my end. Um,
because I put my earbud in back in
oh, I
instead
see.
of having you on a speaker. I don't
So
know what's easier on the phone.
hard, hard to tell, I'm sure. Um, so maybe are they one of the schools that's having some attendance issues, include teachers and students, or are they not in that part of the country yet?
No, I don't think so because my daughter's a substitute teacher, so she hasn't said, "Oh, I'm not going to get hours this week because, yeah, or I
They're
have to fill in for so and so." You know,
interesting. Yeah, because I mean, it is for sure happening in other states. Like I think it was in
sure,
Kentucky that where it was like three whole school districts um, pretty much called out last week, and they were trying to make sure that they could get back online to get digital, turn digital into an option again, a faster
yeah,
option. Um, because I guess they were sort of counting on it not having to be a necessity this year, whereas like other years it's been like, well, just in case we go digital, this is the plan. It didn't seem like at least in that place they had a plan.
yeah.
So apologize for being so late. Oh, listen, and we started really late. Well, we started the live when we said we would, but we sat muted for a really long time just because folks weren't around, which is fine. We were talking with Rachel and working on her deck. It's not completed, um, but there's like
A
one,
deck
two,
of cards.
three.
I'm seeing somebody nailing a deck. Yeah, I'm weird. Sorry.
No, you're not. Well, yes, but like the good kind. But I'm going to be every time we cover somebody, I'm going to make them a deck of cards to use as supplemental cards for readings, because I feel like probably once we cover someone, um, we might cover them more than once and get new information and hear new messaging and stuff like that. So we will just have something available to pull out that is like a decent supplement. And as we learn more about them, both in the readings and perhaps, just in the news or something, we can add elements to the deck that might help clarify certain things, whether it's from the spiritual end, if she starts talking to a lot about some of what she's working on the other side, or um, if she wants to talk about birthdays or whatever. Um, so yeah, so see, Baker was thinking about a deck too. You guys were both building decks in your mind. Hello.
Hello?
I don't know if you heard me. I said Baker was like you. She said she was thinking of a deck as well, like an outside deck.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you both went there.
Oh,
Um,
that's what she was thinking. I hear you. Yeah.
yeah, no, we're going to be making a deck. And so, interestingly enough, I don't know that this will always happen, but Rachel came in and, like, um, when I started it, and for example, she wanted her children, right? She wanted all the queens, right, to go to the names of her children and the King of Hearts. So she very specifically was like, okay.
Yeah.
And then she told me which daughter she wanted to be which queen, right? And then of course specified that she wanted her son to be the King of Hearts. And then I was like, okay, well, we have never seen anything specific about, we know she has, I think it's on record as her having three fathers that she co parents with and five children, but it's never been specified to whom each child belongs. So it was like, well, so we need to make a card for each kid's dad, even if some of them have more than one kid, so that if we want to talk about that, we can. And so then she said, you should use the jokers because there were three jokers in this deck. And I was like, but I want to do five. And she's like, well, don't you have other decks that you're using for other stuff? Get the other jokers out.
Yeah.
So we've made the deck
Don't
with
sweat it.
five
Just get
jokers.
yeah. You
Um,
got 80
yeah,
decks.
yeah, that's right. Like you have a lot of decks, so get those jokers out. And I'm sure in some of the cases, I mean, with some of these fellows, she means this lovingly because she spoke about that already. Um, she spoke about that already, saying, there are some people um, with whom there was a lovely co-family thing, including their grandparents, right, and their aunts and uncles, and then there were other families that were harder, and some of that was her fault, and some of that was their fault. So she just wanted it to be known that like that was sort of a loving joke that um that
Yeah,
she
she's not dissing
has
on them.
first. She's not like she didn't like freak out on anybody. And then let's see. Okay, so see what else. Oh, okay. So for the kings that were left over, she wanted it to be original family and extended family because through the kids she has a big extended family. And let's see here. I'm just looking because I shuffled them and now they're not organized in quite the same way. Um, hold on here. Oh, okay. And then the other king, actually, she wanted Mr. Tobin, Richard Tobin, the fellow that was her boyfriend, um, the most recent, her current boyfriend, to be the king of diamonds. She said there's not a king of gold, and even though he has a rough past, his heart is golden now that he's learned a lot of things. So, king of diamonds. And then um, she made requests for the aces. She made specific requests for the aces because she's like aces are high in my book, right? And so I want to name what my aces were, right? And so she chose ace of hearts or time, time with her kids and loved ones. Her ace of diamonds was her cleaning work and her cleaning business. Um, her ace of spades was working out and staying fit and being in her body. She enjoyed being in her body in all the ways. She says right now she's saying in all the ways, wink, wink. I enjoyed my body. And then the ace of clubs, she thought that was funny going out and clubs, going to the club. And I said, "Did you always go to the club?" She said, "No, not always. Sometimes it was just going out, but I think it's funny that it's clubs."
Yeah.
So hold on. We said the queens were. I don't know yet if I think I should say their names, even though they're very easily available on the internet. But her daughter's initials are V, O, F, and L, and then her other kiddo is a D. Her son is D. So that's Queens and the King of Hearts, and then we hold on here.
You had the church, her
Yeah, she
church family, and traveling.
Yeah, so she did so the Jack of Hearts, which was the next highest heart we had available, she wanted it as travel because she loved travel. The 10 of Hearts, she said, please put that under church and spiritual. Um, and then she also said, because I wound up in a place I'm pretty happy with, like right where I am, I'm pretty happy with that. So I think my involvement was pretty good and a good idea for me. And then I asked, were there pets? I'm seeing pets. And she said sometimes there were pets. They should be number 9 of hearts. So, and then I asked, then I did ask about OF just because it's been made a big deal of, on the internet that she did OF. And she said, we'll make that the 2 of diamonds because, I was making a little money, but not a ton of money. And I had hopes to make a lot of money. I had ambitions to travel more and to support my kids. And she talked about her house, being really proud of her house. Just this
That
is
she was able to provide for her children
yeah, this is
and give them a nice home.
yeah. She said there were a lot of
Yeah.
people that helped her with time with her kids and stuff like that, watching them and things like that. But that house, she takes pretty much full responsibility for, and she's really proud of that house. Um, and then by the way, this is not a reading, just to clarify. This is just us. I'm looking at the cards that we've had time to make because we were sitting there, Kat and I were sitting there with her, um, making making these. Um, and she was chatting with us. And then DNA guy, right, is the Jack of Clubs because she said that Jack looked the stupidest. He had the stupidest face. So she wanted DNA guy to be the Jack of Clubs. She wanted DNA guy's friends or associates to be the Jack of Spades. And then she wanted his family to be the Jack of Diamonds and made a statement that he had originally come from money. And that's probably um, why he is the way he is because any little type of crap he did early on, whether it was major or minor, I mean, not this major, but, any time he got into trouble, they could get him out when he was growing up. So he didn't grow up really having to pay for any of his wrongdoings.
Yeah, she sure gave a lot of insight.
Yeah, just making the deck.
Just picking the cards.
That was
Yeah.
excellent prep, right? And like we still have a lot of deck left to fulfill for her, right? But this is 20 some that we can use in a reading and get supplemental information. And then moving forward, we can add, her siblings because we learned their names and um,
She has 4
where.
brothers and 1 sister, so she's one of 6 kids.
Which don't you think it's interesting? Then she has 4 daughters and 1 son,
Yeah, the opposite. Yeah.
the opposite energy wise. Like that seems like a balance thing. Um,
Uh,
and I think her birthday was May 20th, 1986. I've got it written down, all that stuff. But we really weren't starting the reading. It's just that she was sitting here talking to us right now, and so I just wanted to explain that she's been participating off and on all day, and she's joyful. She's joyful, and
Yeah.
so I know that like someone at some point early on, because like I don't think Kat or I are ever going to pretend like we haven't read about these people, and certainly this happened before we got the message that we should be doing this stuff too. So um, we both had watched and paid some attention to it up until a certain point anyway. But I know, or I know, and then she's commented, early on there were some nice people that not relatives for whom she had cleaned for a long time that came forward really early on and said wonderful things about her. And then someone else came onto social media and said, well, they just don't know her like how I know her, and she's a flake and blah blah blah. And she has, like right now she's like literally right now she's saying, well, can't I be both? I was a flake sometimes, and there's reasons why different people have different opinions of me, because I wasn't a flake about my work, because I took feeding my children very seriously. But there were some other things that like other family members of my children thought I should take seriously that I didn't. She said some of those things they were right about. I should have, and it should have been something I was listening to them about. Some of those things were generational differences, and I will still disagree today on whatever we were disagreeing about. I get the feeling, though, Wolf said she must be so happy to have a connection. I get the feeling anybody that's been like, hey, I might read you. What do you think? She's been like, cool. Like, I just think, um, I'm sure in this particular, yeah, she just said I'm going to nail the effer. In this case, because it's not like sometimes they don't care. I'll just be honest. Sometimes if someone has been hurt by someone else and they wind up in non-physical, they don't care because it's it's a one-time deal for whomever hurt them, right? Whether it was accidental or like unaliving and then self unaliving, but for whatever reason, they're not worried on the other side about justice so much, because they're not worried about other people getting hurt, or their family has resolution in some other way. And so they don't, push it as much. Now, when there is a chance that this person could hurt other people, or well, in this case, that's her reason. That's her reason, in because she's like, otherwise, I would still want to come through and talk about everything I love and stuff. But I will talk about, and she has, I think, on a lot of channels. That she, according to her, right now, she's saying, anybody that said you want to, I've tried at least. She's like, some of those doohickeys, those mechanical technological doohickeys. She's like, I think some of them I worked with better than others, but anytime
EVP.
asked, I'm
Yeah.
trying. Um, but she's like, even after they like, anything gets resolved that needs to get resolved, I still always want to come through and chat with anybody that wants to talk to me. I'm sort of saying, I think probably eventually you'll get an assignment of some kind over there or start school, and then you'll want to be like with your family and friends here, but maybe not all of us strangers. And she's saying, but once we do this, you're not strangers. So that's very
Oh,
sweet.
that's cool.
She's sweet. She's sweet.
Yeah.
Um, so Miss Cat, I'm sorry. I think I sort of interrupted, but then it also I did interrupt because you left. So I started filling the space with.
That's okay.
Um, so what else do you want to say in terms of what you're working on, or what this project is for you, or what what we've discussed that you want to talk about? Is there stuff left?
Well, I think we just, when we're like, what cases do we want to look at? And I suggested Rachel because I just, again, with the dudes still on the loose and spreading joy in multiple places now. Um, and not that I think we, like I said, we can solve it, but I just feel it's, that when we started saying we want to know how they're doing and what's going on with them on the other side, um, it just disturbed me that her babies are by them. Well, they're not by themselves; they have families, but it just it just struck me that I wanted to know more about her.
Yeah, well, we both like sort of felt that way, and there,
Yeah,
not very many people gave us recommendations, to be honest, when we asked for them. However, I think there was like two, and I looked at them, and one of them I felt a lot of energy on. It was Claudia's, and so I think that's something we will do. Um, but I just couldn't stop thinking about Rachel. And so when I asked Kat what she thought about it, she was like, "I can't stop thinking about it." It's like, okay, good. Um,
but the bad point of that with me, if I've gone to 5 or 6 different sites, I can hold on to some information from them, but I can't credit people because I didn't write anything down and I don't know whose information it was. And so, but it's not coming from my communication per se. Um, but it's
well,
just, I just want to learn more and more to try to see what we can do for her. And, and in doing that, um, I get a lot of different people's opinions. Um,
well, I think, well, she's saying, right now, like generating just more knowledge about her is one way because people will listen to it, think about it, talk about it, and that again will manifest love for her, which will also potentially manifest more people being passionate about the people that have a lot of the access to solving things, about solving it. And but the other thing is, if you like, we're this is such a tiny channel. If you want to just list whose channels you visited and just say, I don't know where I
yeah,
heard
as I
what.
said, I just got to get better at writing things down and where I learned from, where I learned that information because I don't want people to think it's necessarily coming from me. Um,
Sure. Well, I think it's sort of there's some
well, and I
things
guess
that are unavoidable, like, even the readers that say, like, "I've paid no attention to it." Yes, of course, like, they do their very darndest to pay no attention to it, right? But there's still some things that pop up that they just accidentally hear if they've been on YouTube, right? Like, something just starts playing in the
right,
background, and they hear a sentence, and I'm sure they stop. I know a lot of them are extremely honest people, but, like, it doesn't you
correct,
don't have to be, like, literally living in a cave, like, no one is. So I think it's great to acknowledge, like, hey, these are the places where I've talked, or listened to different opinions about this, and I don't want them to ever feel like I'm taking their information. But this is
correct.
me trying to pursue more information as much as I can. Um,
Or someone might have an opinion that I have a feeling on, and again, my feelings. I'm as I say that, I get chills. I don't have. It's not like the rods where I have yes and no's. Now I tried to sign on to the rods last weekend. I sat with them. I prayed over them. I've asked God to show me yes and no, or tell me which of my guides that can help me, use them effectively. And though I didn't get responses, I was that was the first time in holding them that they were still, as opposed to just flipping flopping around like if you don't have a energy connecting to them.
Hmm. So, so they stay
So
just parallel. Is that
yes,
um, just a query? Have you ever calibrated them, sort of like how they calibrate something before they do like a lie detector test, right? They
can you
um,
show me a yes or show me a no?
well, that, but also like, is my name this? Is the sky, according to
Blue.
most
Yeah,
of us, blue? Am I sitting in my purple chair? Right? Is it noon?
gotcha,
Um, a lot of that stuff is extremely useful. Just even if they don't move, I suspect they might, but even if they don't, um, because you will start feeling at least energies like in your arms, in your fingertips, especially if you're somebody that feels tingles, right? Like you're going to start feeling energy. I also think if you have a lot of energy built up where you're worrying about, am I doing it wrong? Is this based on stuff I know instead of me getting information from the Psychic Friends Network? If you have all of these thoughts about how much is my knowledge base interfering and am I doing this right? You could be literally making an energy cloud around yourself that's like blocking it. And
gotcha.
that if you ask questions where there's literally nothing to risk in asking them, you will get out of your own way, right?
Gotcha.
There's nothing that's going to make you feel guilty about saying, I am in my purple chair. My husband is named this and my birthday is this date and I am
Gotcha.
holding rods. And
See, and
um,
that's what there's. It's not like there's a channel 101 on. Well, probably there is on YouTube on how to do them,
right.
and I've watched them enough by people, But no, that information is helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Because I mean, it's just one of those things where um, even when I get really a lot of responses, I still sort of do that stuff privately just to be like, okay, um, because very well there could be a spirit that's interrupting and answering things. Um, like there's no way to finitely prove who you're speaking to or who they're answering questions about, right? Like even no matter how certain you feel, right?
Yeah,
There's
and I saw you do that with our victim that came on and asked us to collaborate.
Right, because we were on the
But,
rods talking to Kat's family members about something completely different, and then all of a sudden the rods were like, doodly doodly doodly. It was like, what's going on? And I knew it was human. I knew she, not it. I knew it was human spiritual energy versus angelic spiritual energy. They feel really different. Um, but then also, like, it was clear that they were of a certain height, right? And very playful, you know what I mean? And so it was like, this is a kid. Why is there a kid here? Um, we weren't
well,
talking,
you asked.
yeah, like,
Yeah.
um, what's going on? And that's happened in several people here who've had rod readings where all of a sudden, there's an interrupter. And at this point, I don't feel as anxious about it because I trust that my guides, if they're letting someone through, they've given them permission. They haven't just charged the gate. But I still always am, when there's not been any, sometimes there's no notification like tap tap tap, hey, we've got a special guest, like it just starts. And so I feel really eager to be asking a lot of questions just straight out because it's like this doesn't make any sense. um
Well, and the fact that you rely on your angels, you've given me their names, um, but I haven't made a direct connection that I know who's who
oh
by
yeah,
energy.
Yeah, I don't
And you
always
told me
know
I
teaching.
will.
Yeah.
But and so my brother was my brother. How do I know which team he plays for? Is he on is he on the light team or is he on the dark side?
He
Because
he is on the light team taking classes about any element he lived that was not light inspiring.
well, but this is as I was first doing them, and I'm going, I don't know where he is. So I'm like, I don't want to rely on his teaching me because I don't know that he's had permission to teach me, because he's bold enough to step forward and he's kind enough to want to help me. Um,
So I just asked, does Bevo have um, permission to teach cat? And they said no. And then they said, ask this question. And I said, okay. Does Bebo have instruction to teach cat? And they said, yes. We wanted to play this little game to let you know he's not just doing this.
of his own doing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right. This, it's educational for a purpose. Me too, cat. Angels wouldn't let him through unless he's in a good place, said Wolf. Me too, Cat Midnight says that's so interesting using rods. I like Poppet's suggestion of calibrating the rods like that. Yeah, it's
Yeah, that makes sense. And I've heard her do it, so I'm like, oh well, yeah, that's what she was doing when she was asking those
seemingly.
questions. Like, yeah, that you should have already known, But yeah, so it's a good learning session. It's like I feel like I'm like the apprentice. I'm on the apprentice, and she's teaching me the ropes of
Well, they, I mean,
learning this stuff.
they've
Um,
been saying about Cat for what they've said about Cat for a long time, right? Is it's my job to help her learn her own spiritual communication language, and once that happens, then she's gonna pass me by like a freaking sports car on the highway, like in terms of ability, but she doesn't have her language down yet, like her communication language. But once that happens, it's gonna go really fast after that.
and so that's why our young teacher asked, for us to get together is because, they recognize that Papa and I can talk on the phone for 5 hours in a heartbeat. Um, and we just, yeah, it's just a good mix.
Well,
And
yeah,
she says, I'm in the age range of all her previous, some of her previous mentors.
it's
So,
actually business collaborators. So all of the business um, partners I've had, like owning actual businesses. So I'd asked you a question about high school graduation, right? Because all of the business partners I've had, have all been female. I'm sexist. And any business I had, whether it was a theater company or, well, it usually had something to do with promotional art, something, right? But whatever it was, anything that, like, I was one of the startup people, well, was the startup person with another person, every single time that person graduated within that window I told you about, and
yeah.
so I thought I just asked that sort of randomly the other day, just because I thought, this is interesting. I wonder if it's possible. I'm not really sure. It's not something we've talked about. And then, yep, you're right there. So it's something about that energy.
Was confirmation for you.
Hmm. Well, and
Yeah, yeah,
they kept saying though too,
cool.
just to be clear, of course, like there are certain things I can help you learn in terms of rods and things and like spiritual language. But they also said, if you recall, it didn't just go that direction. It was like Kat is an amazing research agent. She can really sit there on the other side if you're doing a reading and you need somebody just to do an energetic loop with, and she, is excellent at research. And because you never shut the fuck up, eventually, if you've repeated yourself too many times, she's one of the people that isn't afraid to say, "You said that like 20
Oh, I
times."
thought you were talking about me.
No, I was talking about you, but I was talking about you being able to say, "Okay, okay, okay, now," like um, you've repeated
Next.
yourself lots. Yeah, move on to the next thing. We get it, or you've actually been able in the past to say, "Why are you saying that so much? Like, is there a reason?" And usually it is. There is a reason. It's because they keep showing me the thing, and until you phrase it right, they don't clear that piece of information. So I keep repeating it in 12 different ways, trying to get it right so that they clear that information so I can move on.
Yeah.
Um, but Kat sort of is great then at saying, okay, well then let's ask some questions about it because we're not getting there. It's been 4 hours to get through 3 sentences. Can we can we get it moving? Keep it pushing, please.
Okay, go.
Here's a question on the topic we're on so that we can just see, is this the part that's missing? And then, I think they're implying that she's going to have a good feeling about what to ask, right? Like, okay, clearly we're stuck here and there's a reason for it. Now, what do I ask, to help the clarification occur? Um, they feel confident that that is something that, you'll be able to figure out.
Well, that's kind of a nursing skill, and Wolf can attest to that. That you know, on a scale of 1 to 5, tell us how happy you are. You know, or those kind of things. If you're not hitting the target, or you can tell a patient's withholding information because they don't really want to say they ate the whole cake by themselves. Um, you know what I mean? So you kind of go, what flavor was that cake? you know,
Yeah, yeah. Instead of yeah,
accusatory. Yeah.
help us work around the.
So, but it also works. She's good at it too. But I'm sure that's come with all of her practice, formulating the questions. But as a nurse, I always go, inquiring minds want to know. So you have to have that inquisitive um, spirit to know that there's something that you need to deviate off and look more.
Right. There's a
For
little detail missing, and you gotta sniff out like what category
what
that
it is. So,
is
yeah,
in.
but that's a nursing skill that I learned. It's called
Thank you.
critical thinking.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, she said I'm good at formulating questions differently. Yes, but I think again, I do think that they're saying you could save a lot of time, if Kat just went, "What about this?" Because sometimes I do dance around it. I do that just in my own life too, right? Not wanting to make a direct, like launch a direct question or make a direct accusation, sort of dance around it. And then also sometimes when I'm reading a person, right? Like I'm hearing something extremely direct, but I'm also feeling on a human level that they're not going to receive it well unless we figure out a way to make it a very honest response, but a very gentle, honest response. Um,
Hmm.
because then if they shut down, there won't be any further development, period.
Yeah,
Um, And so, Kat will be able to say, "Okay, we've been sensitive long enough. Like, what do we need to do to get to the heart of the matter?"
yeah. When we'd have parents, I work pediatrics, and when he'd have a parent call in, and the parent had frustrated our telephone nurses, they're going, we're going to have you talk with Kathy
That's like
because they,
calling the principal.
yeah, kind of, but but they also know that I'll get direct with them. Like they may have tried the sweetie stuff. They may have tried the hardball stuff. Um, but I always they always go, Kathy, can you talk this parent off the ledge for me, please? Yeah. So, but,
So you're really
and I,
good at the balance of truth telling and truth getting, but still making sure they know it's with love and it's not like a judgmental
right, right, right.
thing. Um, Wolf said she can connect with patients even if they're being evasive. Loved
Yeah,
Pete.
yeah.
Oh, okay. My guide wanted me to ask you, Kat, or a guide. Somebody tapped me, and it's not um, Rachel. Do you where do you like? Do you have your rods out? Um, they also were like, you need to ask questions about like how are her rods stored? Where are her rods stored?
They're right here in front of me. I got them out because I didn't know what we were going to be doing. They are in the box in the styrofoam holder that it came with, and they're sitting here on a pile of all the stuff I have in my corner in the living room. Um, do I use crystals? I've not. So I know there's got to be a, a nicer, honored way to keep them. Um, I think I have all the tools for that, but I just don't know all the ins and outs of it yet. So that's part of the 101 rods that I need to understand.
So it's the styrofoam apparently that they don't like.
Oh, that's funny because it's how they ship them. So,
Um,
well,
they don't like mine. Like there's an element. So mine came with one of those. Everybody here has seen different types of rods. So mine came with one of those big like felt envelopes,
yes, I've seen them. Yeah,
and then then they're in like a plastic. They came shipped in a plastic bag, right? That was in the felt envelope. Well, so I keep them in the felt envelope in the plastic bag. They don't love the plastic bag on mine either. But they had me, but I felt nervous. I don't know why I feel nervous of not using the plastic bag, but I do. I feel like it keeps them better structured in the envelope, and so I always keep an obsidian orb. It looks like a little marble sized thing
yeah, I know what I'm
in
saying.
the envelope. Um, and then, like right now, where we're negotiating is I also keep some obsidian inside the plastic.
Gotcha.
So, um, like they're showing me, like if you put something in there with it, like because I had just asked, could she scoop a part of the styrofoam out and insert like some stone in there to sit there, and they said the energy would be blocked from the
The
rod,
styrofoam.
just like your plastic,
Okay.
right? So why we negotiated with you by letting you put the stone inside the plastic. If she wants the styrofoam, for because it's keeps them, like I'm
Well,
afraid of them
yeah,
bending.
I don't want them to get all bent up. You know.
They're saying then if you have a stone that can lay in the same exact groove with them in the styrofoam, right? That would be okay, especially for now.
Almost, almost touching them.
Yeah, actually
Okay.
touching them, you know. Um, so
Okay.
I don't know if they each have their own space in styrofoam or if they both sit in the same groove, though.
No, they're both L shaped, so it forms a big rectangle.
Okay, because they said two, so
So
that makes
they're
sense.
like
So they want,
opposite each other.
yeah, they want one with each, one clearing stone. So that
Understand.
that would be selenite. That would be any of your black stones, right? Um,
Obsidian.
don't don't do any clear quartz yet. They're saying because that just magnifies things. Um,
Okay.
they're saying you have a fair amount of amethyst. Is that the case?
Yes,
Okay, so and I don't know, maybe you have a lot of selenite and black stones too. I don't know, but
I I've got some from Timu, so I have like envelopes of them. That's what I need to do is sort all my stones so I even know what I have.
right.
And I've got that filing cabinet in the garage. That not filing cabinet, big metal toolbox.
So is it that your amethyst is bigger? Because it's like they're showing me the other stuff is like little, almost like pebbles, and then it's like the amethysts are bigger pieces. Is that the case?
Um, I have some bigger pieces. I have like uh,
By bigger, I mean like an
I-
inch long or a half inch.
like yeah, I'm talking like no, I'm talking more of a half a deck of cards size chunk of amethyst.
Oh wow, okay, that would be
Um, yeah, but it's like a big cluster. You know what I mean? But I have some individual ones as well that I've gotten. But I know I need to set up an an altar kind of place where I have things, but that's
yeah.
part of working on the house.
Sure. Well, and they're saying that, that's a long list. So just like if you want to be using your rods, they're just saying literally if you just put something in with them to sleep with them while they're stored, that way literally
Till
anytime you're not
midnight.
touching them, they've got something constantly clearing any energy, blocking any energy. That's why I choose because I don't mean just like spirit energy. I mean like energy from the computer and from cable TV and cell phones. That's energy that they feel and experience. And so especially those black dark stones like obsidian or tourmaline.
Night, Claudia. Thank you for coming. Excuse me. I'm sorry.
Let's see. You need to go. Okay, hold on here. Uh, okay, let's see.
Amethyst is my favorite
I love
because I went to a stone store when I was
have
in Tahoe.
Have fun friend time. Tell him hello from all of us. Wink, wink. Claudia, that was at your direction.
And they had big amethyst cathedrals, which are like the bowls of, that the whole three sides of it are rock and then it's open faced. And I put my hand inside it just to feel the stones, and I got the electricity. It was like rubbing a balloon. I had the static in
From
my hair
Amethyst.
on my arm from the amethyst.
Yeah.
I was like, well, that's really cool.
Yeah. Well, and it's, being purple, it works on your like soul's crown chakra, um, which is, definitely like your connection to them, right? So,
Yeah.
uh, that's another reason why it's great. But like they kept just saying she likes it, right? Um, okay, people said sleeping with them under pillow. I don't know. I would worry about that. I would worry about them getting bent. I would also worry about her sleeping and getting any rest with all of that energy. A conduit, yes. Love amethyst, yes. Okay, Claudia's gonna go have friend time. Amethyst is purplish, yes. Um, and then it's the birthstone for February. Uh, floating shelf near you. Um,
To put things on. I just need to get my life together. Well, I have those. They're not hanging. Um, yeah. No, I need to redo my space. I have a shelf that runs down the wall beside my bed. Um, that's basically a free floating shelf that David made for me when I was in taking college courses because I had a hospital over the bed table for my computer. And then
awesome.
he made a shelf with my bulletin board and my calendars and all that jazz. So I had a whole setup. Oh, I have that shelf and it's collected dust. So, I mean, it's full of crap that I can clean off and make it um, a real space. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, we all, we all need to get our life together. I'm with you there, but I think you don't have to wait, to get everything done just
Oh,
to
no, no, no.
put your cards or your tools or whatever in a place where it's healthier for you.
Yeah.
Um, they also keep showing me just one time. Keep saying just one time. They keep showing me you like taking the rods and like turning on the bathtub tap and just cold water, right? And just running them under the cold water and then wiping them down. But they keep saying just one time.
Okay.
So I don't know if it probably has something to do with shipping or
No, I'll probably oil on people's hands, and they probably kept them a little bit oiled to prevent any corrosion and that kind of stuff. So that
yeah,
makes sense.
yeah. Saying clear it. Okay, let's see. If hubby put floating shelves in many of our rooms, he loves them also. That's good. That's good. Um, I'm glad Claudia's having friend time. Oh, it's Friday night. That makes sense. I was like, Friday night friend time. Midnight, how's your papa? My brain, sorry, interrupt. We
That's
now
okay.
to ask about.
Yes, I got to just find a designated spot. But today I've been um, doing a keto diet, and today I think it kicked in because I woke up with energy and I really feel good today, which doesn't always happen. So I'm praying the energy continues. And well, because I've eliminated all the carbs out of my life, which there's a
Wow.
million.
Yeah, my mind reels to even think about that. My body goes, no.
I know I'm going, I want all of her candy.
Oh no. Yeah, I'll have to have my candy breaks on mute. Mute your candy breaks, woman. Um, I'm sure eventually I will be there too. They had me on Axona medical food like before I hit 30, which is food for Alzheimer's patients, actually, Alzheimer dementia patients. Um, because they were like, look, we know
For
that
your
for
seizures.
actually they were like, we know that you don't literally have these things, but that's basically how things are looking in scans. We know it's being caused by different things, right? But still, this is the stuff we give them as nutrition and stuff. So it was that, and then this was way before like it was popular, but like I was doing the medium chain triglyceride oil mixed
Uh huh.
with uh,
MCT.
coconut oil and adding it to cooking and taking the supplements, the yes supplements, because while they did have a lot of the other, oils that we all took anyway, that because they were popular, but then the medium chain came in like to
Yeah.
focus on something that could help. Um, like neonatal, like preemies, in
No, we did it with kids
yeah.
um, that had complex seizure disorders and and chemical things in their brain that they needed to chill out. So we did the ketogenic diet with them, and it's like, here's your one Fruit Loop with a dash of cream. Drink up. Yeah,
Oh, one Fruit Loop.
yeah. There's many more options now, but really, I just my head hasn't felt this clear in a long time, and it feels good. So I just hope it continues, and I can work on all these little projects that I wanted to do.
So they're tapping me going, okay, great. It's a great time to use rods then, isn't it? Um, Midnight said, doing her father is doing better at home and goes to cardiac rehab. Not enough, I think. He's been falling recently, which worries me. His mother, my grandmother, did the same frequently before she passed, so I'm worried.
Oh,
All the prayers appreciate. Well, yeah, we're sending him so much love.
prayers
I
and
don't know.
prayers.
I'm like sitting here wondering if I mean I'm not a nurse. Let me just clarify. There are nurses here, so this is like more of an energy read than a knowledgeable thing, right? I'm wondering if he's on a little bit too much of the blood thinner or a little bit too much of some blood pressure med because they're saying too much. But I'm not medical. I mean, I am. I'm a
But if he
professional
stands
radiation.
up and his blood pressure drops out, you will fall.
Right. And
Yeah.
so I don't know if it's like mild anemia from the blood being a little too thin or but they're talking about too much and it is something it's something to do with something that's taken. I'm trying to ask if it's an injectable because like most not all but most blood thinners are injectables. Is his? Do you know that? Sorry, we now interrupt everything because people are
That's okay. There is a pill, blood thinner my sister's on, Xarelto.
yeah, I did troches. They're gonna bring mine back. I think I did heparin troches for a long time. Um, Trying to figure out if his is injectable, then I can ask, is it an injectable or is it, something he swallows? Because then we could isolate it.
Yeah.
Somebody in your family also, Midnight, it makes me wonder if it is your paternal grandmother because um, you mentioned her. But she says he doesn't eat enough. So, somebody female said he doesn't eat enough. Um, and uh, it's almost like it made me laugh because it reminded me a little bit of in Big Fat Greek Wedding when it's like, what do you mean you don't eat no meat? Okay, I make lamb. Like that kind of, it was like, he doesn't eat enough. He doesn't eat enough meat. And there is there, I don't think I'm not sure that it is Greek. I don't know that it's Greek for sure, but it reminded me of that because there is a mild, whomever this person is, they are speaking English very well, but there is a mild accent, but I don't know because it came in so fast. What accent? Wait, hold on, wait. Is your family Greek? If her family's Greek, I might pee my pants. Just because my guides are getting so good, right? Like,
She said it's
oh my
Greek and Italian. Well, the Italians act Greek anyway. I said the family and that is very much like my family.
yeah, I almost peed my pants there though, because they're. It's not me. They're just getting so good, right? Um, like it's like we've worked together long enough that they're like, look, we love our homegirl, but we know she's stupid, so we're just going to show her a lot of cartoons and stuff, and then she'll get it. Greek and Italian. She had. I don't know. I think it's got to be his mom, but she says he's not eating enough, and that it's. I would interpret it as not enough protein because no talking about not enough meat, but there is also something to do with a medication, and then I don't know. So the blood thinner would have more to do with like zapping the protein, I guess, than I don't know though. I don't want to say that because I'm not sure about the medicine.
But no, you nailed it. It will make um, they can get anemic because they can have subtle bleeding in their gut or um, stuff that it's just a drop here and a drop there, and they can run a little bit anemic. So
Yeah,
yeah, that,
as Kat's talking, this woman is saying, also because he doesn't eat enough. Like she's just
that.
your dad doesn't eat enough. Uh, Okay, now they've got me wondering, like, if he doesn't smell as well, or his smell changed or something, and so he doesn't he's not eating like his favorite things because they smell different, or um uh they've got me wondering why he's not eating. Okay, I'm gonna mute and take a break because I think when we come back, I mean, we might wind up reading Rachel next week and doing a little bit tonight because she's like, "Gosh, it's Friday night. I could have been in the freaking club." I'm joking. She could be in the club and here at the same time, and it'd be fine. But uh, I don't know how you feel about it, Kat. But when we get back, do you want to try rods?
Sure.
Like we could both get our rods out, like and just calibrate. Um,
Okay.
Okay, he lost a lot of weight. So true, and blood thinner can be an issue. The eating thing is totally my grandmother and his grandmother too, her mom. Yeah, they're like he doesn't eat enough. You need to eat more. Um,
Manja, manja.
it really is, but they did literally show me that the aunt in Big Fat Greek Wedding. I love that actress, and of course, any other day I'd be able to literally tell you her name because she was a Second City All Star, which is a sketch comedy group. That's not on TV,
Hmm.
but that they cast a lot of comedic actors from there.
Yeah.
She
Yeah.
sort of showed up later in life, so she was with like a lot of 19, 20-year olds, and they went on to do like SNL and stuff, and she was already sort of past that age, so she went on to do a lot of comedic movies and things. And uh but they just showed me specifically her, like, saying, what do you mean you don't eat no meat? That's okay, I make lamb. And then they showed me a little bit of like the scene where she's like, yes, the lump was my twin. Which is
Oh,
the lump for the
yeah.
biopsy. They took out biopsy of my lump on my head. Yes, the lump is my twin. You're from that city too. I know exactly where that city is because, well, I did a lot of work there, and then the woman that writes those is definitely much like the Cusacks, a loyalist, right? Um, that's cool. They're getting good, man. When they dropped Joe Black's father's literal birth year the other day, I was just like, okay, because I don't usually get numbers or names, right? But in 1953, it was like, what? Good night, nurse. You guys are good. Thank you so much, by the way. Like I am celebrating you literally by saying this, but I want to say I'm grateful. Thank you so much um, for coming to talk to us about your son, and probably if your mother's standing right behind you, her grandson. And
No, that was, and my grandmother was. I mean, my grandparents were like that. They were first generation Americans, Italians
oh,
from
her
Sicily.
cat's grandparents are so stinking cute.
But grandma talks like Edith Bunker. If you ever watched
Oh,
that.
oh
What?
yeah. Oh yeah, but she
And
also like they like to dance in the kitchen. Like if the music comes on, right? Grandpa's like, "Come here, my love." Like they're in love.
yeah.
You know, old and in love, old people in love, right?
Hmm.
As if it was the minute they met when they were teenagers or whatever. And her grandfather always has flower. Cat's grandfather always has flour on him every time I see him. He always has flour on him, and
It's his kitchen.
yeah. Yeah, and when there's dancing, it's in the kitchen, right? Like there's people maybe sitting at the table and stuff, but he's standing up in the kitchen, and there's often music playing, and you know,
Yes, Jill.
I'm sorry. Oh man, whoops. I'm sorry about that. Don't tell him. Don't tell him. He'll sue me. It's
Well,
like,
girl, do
wait,
you need to
my
take your
blood type.
break?
Yeah, yeah, I need to take a pee break. That's a very mature way to put it. But and then take a little break and we'll come back and try rods. And Rachel's like, saying, I understand this. You guys are funny. You're funny people. We're definitely old ladies to her, though. We're old ladies. Um, earlier, Kat said, I think she's your age. And literally, Rachel was like, the F? And I was like, no, I think there's like at least an 8-year age difference
Yeah.
in the wrong direction. She's like, I'm not trying to be insulted, like to be mean, but you know what I mean, right? You know what I mean? It's like, it's fine. It's
I
fine.
just think of you. Well, she has to understand you and I've not met. And a birth date, a birth year is just a number that doesn't stick in my head. So,
Right.
yeah,
Right.
yeah, it
But
wasn't to be an insult.
no, well, she was laughing. Like she's
No,
got,
I know, I know.
but she still was like, what the French? What the French toast did you just say? No, I am not. You would have aged gracefully, Rachel. She's like, I don't know about that. I would have aged fighting and going to visit my facialist and my dermatologist a lot. Is what she said. Hey, to each their own, man. You just you're less lazy. See, like I'm just too lazy for that, Rachel.
You see, we both have Ehlers, so you have soft skin,
That's
velvety skin. So we have a chance to beat that until I lose all the weight I want to lose. Then I'll be a sack. But
a raisin lady, a beautiful
yeah,
raisin lady. This world's most soft raisin.
yes.
Okay.
But I've always told I look much younger than I.
Oh, that's absolutely true of you. And I heard that until hmm, I think I crossed like 42 or 43 when I started hearing like basically that I looked my age, which is fine. That's fine.
I don't think you. No, I don't think you do. But okay, I
Okay.
think you appear much younger in the mirror.
I think it's just the immaturity. Okay, I'm gonna
That's
mute.
okay.
And I'll
So
see you guys.
how long are you? 10 minutes? What
Yeah,
do you
10
think?
sounds good.
5 or 10?
Yeah, people can get a snack and use the restroom and rinse their rods.
I was getting them out.
And we'll be back. Okay, so it's 10:39 my time. So if we make it 10:40 my time, we'll be back at 10:50 Central Standard Time.
So 10 minutes. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Don't make me do math. No, thank you. See you back in just a minute
Okay.
before you pee your pants.
Chronically late. Isn't that delightful? It runs in my genealogy all the way down my family, chronically late.
I'm here.
Yeah, I figured you're probably back technically before I was, but um, so if we're doing rods, okay, so you're on a phone, so yours will be sort of set to the side anyway. I will probably turn my camera on so we can see the rods and just point it downward. But I can't face the computer because stronger accuracy says, accuracy rules are don't point those things straight at another huge energy source because it still will work, but not as well.
Okie doke. I
Mm,
washed mine.
ooh, okay.
I have I believe it's tourmaline. Um, is that a clearing stone?
Oh, yeah. Tourmaline both
Okay.
clears and protects, so it's fantastic.
So I kind of rub them down with the stone, and it's laying there on them at the moment. So
I'm sure they're like, thank you, that feels amazing. Oh, Baker says I am not the only one, both chronically and genetically late.
well, somebody put it on Facebook that like if you know somebody who's always late, put their name here. And I said, well, I'd have to put my name here this week. I used to be chronically at least 10 minutes early because yeah, because yeah, the boss I worked for, he was not 5 minutes late ever in his life.
Hmm.
Um,
I mean, I did okay with work because the work I was in, there's a time the curtain goes up, and if you're not there, it looks pretty bad.
yeah,
um, but sometimes if our call time was way earlier, like there were some times I decided, okay, I know that the show starts at 8:30, but a 5:30 call time for me is, in my opinion, ridiculous. I understand when there's new people or people that have complex costumes, makeup, that kind of thing. But and if I was one of those people, then I would come at that absurd call time. But if I wasn't, you know, I was always there with plenty of time for them to know if I was dead and to get an understudy ready. But like that was it. Sometimes. So
mm, electronic medium just posted something about Rachel.
does it say like an update? The one update I know about that I wanted to make sure, like even if we didn't do too much reading with her tonight, that I wanted to leave saying is I know that they very recently upped the price, upped the amount of a
The
reward,
reward.
and that her brother Michael said, "Look, we already have video and DNA. We just need a first name, a last name. Anything you can give us, and the money is yours. We will not make it this complicated." You know, and
Yeah,
if we manage to do any kind of reading at all, I'll make sure to put that phone number down, down in the information bar,
yeah,
or maybe even make it the title of the video or something, um, because we haven't done much else in this time frame. And who
yeah,
knows? We might pick up a ton like in the next half an hour. I don't know, but if we've done nothing else, she's a lovely spirit energy, and very joyful and sweet and sassy, and also her brother Michael is increasing. People have increased the award money, and please, if anybody knows anything at all, you're
yes.
not just saving her family. You're probably saving a lot of other lives in the future based on how they're profiling this individual. So, it's lovely to save just one person and one family, but and give them peace. But if you can actually save lives by coming forward, it probably would be smart to do that, or the kindest thing that you could do. It probably will be one of the best things that you will look back on ever having done in your whole life if you know something
Yeah.
like this and you're able to save people. Because um, these criminals, many of them, I'm sure it's not delightful in prison, but you know what? A lot of times, if they have mental illness or drug addiction, it is much safer for them to be in prison even than the life they're living. So if there's drug addiction and a lot of unsafety, in prison, where they are, where they sleep, um, that they're eating, that they're not sleeping
Yeah.
outside in the cold. There's a lot of things that might be better if someone's ill, either on drugs or mentally, than letting them just flap around in the wind. And also, it might save a lot of other lives.
Hmm.
Do you know what her update was? I mean, just the title. I understand you haven't.
But, yeah, it says he may have known her because she does EVP work,
Right. So she
and
put
she has
I
"I
see.
love you" in quotes. I loved you in quotes.
Oh.
He met he he met her before, in my opinion, is what she's saying. So I'll
Oh.
have to go through that.
So Baker just asked, the video of the guy. Do authorities not know who the person is that closes the door behind him? I wondered. Actually, that's something they talked about in the last couple of days because when I was getting ready to make these cards, I was like, I need to not watch other readings, right? But I do need to be updated, especially since we're not trying to solve necessarily things. I need to give as much update as I can. The last couple of days, I don't remember if it's the sheriff or police chief or whatever, but they had a press conference of some sort wherein it was mentioned that a lot of people on the internet are saying, "Whose hand is that? Who closed the door?" And that they have, in fact, talked to that person at length and, feel very confident that that person is not connected in any way to Mr. DNA, and that they have no idea who he is or where he is. They feel really confident of that. They did not say who it was, right? But they said, they did also make the statement that they feel really certain that even the night of the event where the video was taken, they feel very confident that that person at the time they closed the door did not even know that a crime had taken place at that juncture. So they really, they got pretty specific in saying, we're sure they don't know where he is or what he's doing, and we're also pretty sure they don't even know what happened the night that he was in that video. Kat, I don't know if you fell off. Did you fall out?
Yes, I did.
Okay. It's like I was like,
Because
I think she's
I was on StreamYard looking at that stuff, and yeah, it's me.
because at first I thought I think I saw her camera go on, but I thought, well, maybe she's just making adjustments for rods or something. And then I was like, wait, no, I think she's gone. Like, what's going
I'm
on?
still alive at the moment, but being on StreamYard and YouTube at the same time, I was afraid I was gonna lose what minuscule amount of battery I have. So
Yeah, I understand. So yeah, for whatever, I don't really understand, Baker, like how how that can be necessarily, but who knows? Maybe they like crossed and and they were like, "Oh, were you here visiting so and so?" And he was like, "Yep." Like, you know what I mean? I don't know. Um,
well, one of the police channels said it was not a sexual assault.
oh,
Um, but he may have, maybe he, who knows what, took a pair of her underwear or something weird. And, you know what I'm saying?
are you talking about the first crime?
Yes.
I didn't know that. When he was saying that the door closer didn't know anything at all about anything, he did refer to it as a pretty heinous attack on the minor female, but
Oh, okay.
he didn't say like what type, of in what nature.
Oh, okay. See, they weren't. They were saying, "Oh no," they were trying to protect her, not speak of it because she's young.
Right. So, I mean, I
Okay.
don't know. Did you hear that? Like, did they say it was not sexual? Because he didn't say it was sexual. He just said it was violent, right? And there's a lot of ways for it to be heinous and violent without it being
Yeah,
sexually.
true. Yeah.
So,
And I
I
just was, who knows, if he stood before her and yeah, who knows. Anyway, can't
or
speculate.
no, I mean, there's a lot of other ways to leave DNA, right? Like if
Correct.
if there was attacking and she kicked him and
Sure.
bloodied his nose, or there
Sure.
was fingernail scrapings, or whatever.
Yeah.
He didn't appear to have any scratches, at least on his back, because that's all we can see.
Correct.
Um, but
But
it
I
could,
don't want to speak to electronic Indians thing until I watch it.
sure, of course. No, I understand fully, completely. You're not making a statement about what was or wasn't said. I just wanted to know what the title of the video was.
Yeah. What was said. Yeah. We have
Well,
had because we propped my back door open in my bedroom. We've had mosquitoes in our house. There's no standing water anywhere that I can
can
see,
I,
but
can
it's
I tell
weird.
you this
I mean,
amazing new trick we just learned? It's amazing, and we're shocked that it works so well. Oh, she disappeared right before the amazing new trick. Okay, so Joe says, "Oh, you're welcome, Baker. I missed the update. Thank you. You're welcome." That was just something that was like I when I googled for updates, there was a video of this police gentleman um, talking about door guy, because I kept wondering too. Like early on, I was like, "Whose hand is that?" And people were like, "Well, probably the girls." And I was like, "No, I don't get the feeling in my gut like she was in any shape to let him out. I understand you can do a lot of things when you've been traumatized and you're in shock, but I sort of believed the initial stories about her being tied up and fairly injured. Joe Black says they probably submitted the DNA sample to those websites. If any relatives ever submitted the sample, they will be able to identify them and narrow the search. Yeah, that's true. And I think I wanted to know this about some other just information the other day and looked up, in the U.S. military database, do they, like if somebody's military, do they have their fingerprints and DNA on file? And the answer is yes, actually. But, you need there has to be specific things that have transpired in order for them to release that information. But this sort of, I think, falls into, them being able to release that information. So I think it's probably, and I mean, they're probably keeping a lot of information from the public, but I think it's relatively safe to say he probably didn't serve in the military, just because I think they would have released that information if they had found, and they would have found a name too. That I don't know. I'm talking in circles around myself, but they would have found his name if he was in the military, because they do in fact keep fingerprints and DNA. I'm not sure like how far back they keep it on file, but I'm sure nowadays with technology, as soon as they were able to start entering it into some kind of electronic database, I'm sure it's just like forever since from that point. Um, so he's probably not military, and it's amazing that he's not in any database for having committed any other type of crime. But I guess there's a lot of crimes where they can have a record, but it doesn't require, like, it's not a DNA situation. Like I don't know or if this is the case or not, but I don't think I ever hear much about them like DNA swabbing like burglars as long as they didn't hurt anyone. Maybe they do, but I haven't heard about it. Um, or like other types of crimes. It seems to have to be a physically motivated some type of assault before they're talking about DNA. So he could be all over the system, but not. Although once they're in, does anybody know this? Once they're in prison, do they keep their DNA on file even if it's not for a violent charge? Um, Wolfie, do you want me to resend it? Do you want me to resend you a link? Or, I mean, are you fine on your tablet or phone, I mean, but or do you want it on your tablet? Based on your discussions with her, he seemed to have come from a relatively wealthy and well-connected family with his money. Yeah, I mean, it was a very brief comment she made that I definitely want to ask more about when we read her specifically. But she really did. She chose the Jack of Diamonds for him and inferred that he came from money and he was not held accountable early on in his life. Now, I don't have any idea about if that's something she's learned since she crossed into non physical or if it's something she knew about them beforehand or what. Cat's back. But it is something she said pretty snarkily. Welcome back.
Hi, not happy with my phone.
I'm sorry. Well, I'm curious now if you started charging your tablet now, like would it
I
be
know.
charged enough
Yeah,
if it happens in 10 minutes, like would it be efficient for
more
you?
charge. Yeah. Um, I don't even remember what's loaded on it, but okay. Um,
I mean, you don't have to. Like if you feel like
give
it's not even
give me a
possible,
minute.
don't worry about it. Okay,
I'll,
we've got a minute.
I'll be back. Chat up
Okay.
away. I
Yeah,
can.
it's Friday night. I think we've got time.
David said, "Oh, 2.5 hours," because I'm like, we're not going to be on very long.
Yeah, I honestly didn't think we would be, to be honest.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I've got my earbud in so I can walk in as I'm walking in the other room, I can still hear what's going on.
Oh yeah. So, um yeah, I Dave, I didn't think it would be either actually. I thought it was going to be like we read and go, but I also thought that everybody wanted us to be on earlier because that's something I asked. So I thought, okay, I'll put us to maybe they'll all
Because my
I can't
phone keeps dying.
I can't hear what he's saying. Oh, he's talking. Okay,
Probably running out of juice on your earpiece.
you found it, Wolfie.
Put your phone on speaker. I'm not coming out there.
Let's see. Baker says, I'm not positive, but I remember in the early DNA days, only felons had DNA taken in prison. Misdemeanors were not. Yeah, that was an issue. Not sure if it's still the same. Hey, welcome back, Wolf. In your wolf clothes, you're now a Marshall Andressian in wolf's clothing. um, yeah, only felons. The FBI changed their policy on collecting DNA. Okay, thank you, Joe. In effect, DNA will be collected from anyone incarcerated in any federal correctional institute or any private correctional institute which houses federal inmates. So that's anything prison and not jail, I guess, is probably what that means. Do you know when that information was dated, Joe Black? It's probably useful information for us to know if we're going to be talking about crime every week anyway. So it will be collected from anyone incarcerated.
Oh,
Wonder when that
crud.
this year. Okay, this year. So This year they started to say, okay, so it could very well be that he was even in a federal institution, but if he hadn't committed a violent crime, they didn't take his DNA. But moving forward, they will. That's interesting. I think that's smart. Wait. Okay, wait. We can wait. No. Wait. No, I was right. The policy, oh, it was in policy since 2012. Okay, so that's 11 years ago. And this person isn't that old. So I'm doing math on what age they sort of guesstimated. I guess he technically could have been in before they put it in policy, but he would have been pretty young. Privacy on other channels. You have a stalker? Wolf, I'm sorry, I did not know you had a stalker. That's a good question, Baker. I mean, it says any place that houses federal inmates, right? So, but I don't know what that means about people who are in jail versus people who are in prison. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like I said, we're gonna have to read further because it was just a comment she made. And so I don't know if that comment was sort of like her saying the reason he's gotten so bad is because from an early age everything was excused, and so now as an adult, anytime he goes to jail a lot or whatever. I don't
Hi,
know.
Matt.
Um, or you know what I mean, or so I don't know if it was explaining, if trying to say his childhood explains some of this, or if it was he's always gotten out of jail. I'm not sure, but I mean, it's definitely on the ask Rachel list for sure. It was a ways back, but they still try and find you. I'm sorry, Wolf. You know I dislike how that is. Yeah, I didn't know either.
Um,
I think that's kooky because, like, we've talked. Well, I mean, I think you and I have talked, Wolf, about from my work and other things, my situation with stalkers. I didn't know that you have one. I'm sorry that because it's 0% fun. And honestly, I would never have teased you about the names. I thought they were just like to lurk in a few places where you didn't want to, like on days you didn't want to have to socialize or something.
can you hear me?
Yes. Oh, yes, Miss Cat. We
Okay.
can hear you.
Okay. Oh gosh, I'm sorry, Wolf, too, that that's going on with you.
Yeah, I didn't know that at all. That a ways back. I always wonder when people say a ways. I have two men in my life that like say the other day, and sometimes that can mean up to like 7 months ago. um,
Um, yeah,
my fa-
yeah, I didn't realize that's why you were using a different name. Yeah, so
yeah,
we
I
probably
wouldn't have been
shouldn't be
like
announcing it from the
silly.
rooftop.
Right, right. I wouldn't have been so silly. Like I see you. This is how I know it's you. Like even in private, I wouldn't have been like that. It's okay. You're pretty safe. I hope you're no, you're like a lot safe.
Yeah, I think if someone in jail commits a violent crime or a felony, they should um, have to turn in their prints. you know.
So, you were gone, but Joe said this is what we found about. Here, I'll read it again.
I
He
heard
found,
some of it.
yeah, in effect, DNA will be collected from anyone incarcerated in any federal correctional institution or any private correctional institution which houses federal inmates. There was an
Yeah,
article this year, however, it was written this year, but the policy was initiated in 2012. So it didn't matter why you were in federal prison. If you were there, they have your DNA from
yeah,
2012.
and federal, you're usually getting felonies to get there anyway. You're usually a pretty bad person
Yeah,
if you're
yeah.
dead
But
or risking it.
I still wasn't sure though, you know what I mean? Like if it was
Yeah.
like huge financial crimes, you know what I mean, or huge like stealing or whatever. If it was non-violent, I wasn't sure where the
Oh,
rules were.
that's true too.
DNA collection seems to vary from state to state, and we were asking then about jails versus prisons, right? And they're
Yeah.
dependent on crimes depending on the state. Changed it by adding the LL and change other stuff. Okay. Like in Texas, all sexually related crimes require, yeah, DNA samples. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Be just violent crimes that were felonies, but incorporated it to include everyone. Yeah. Well, I mean, like a thief, like it's over $500 and it's a felony theft. You know what I mean? Like so, there. I think, but they
And
didn't make them turn in their DNA, right? I think at one point it was considered like a rights violation if they didn't have a violent crime or something. But I still think it's smarter to do it this way. Some states do not collect DNA from juveniles. Well, yeah, that to a certain degree, depending on how it is. That makes sense, I
well,
guess.
yeah, since we have kids younger and younger and younger committing serious crime.
Yeah.
Wow, I haven't played with this tablet in so long, I don't remember how to turn it on.
But um, hopefully,
Oh, there we go.
um, this is the last question I'll ask about it, Wolf, just because I don't know. It's just bouncing around in my head. I didn't know that. Um, do you have an order of protection, or is it not necessary at this point in the situation?
I
Top
was like,
left
the
corner.
top left corner of your dresser. Um,
I was like top left corner. Oh, the tablet.
yeah, I got it. And of course, like trying to plug in another charging device, I unplug the lamp. It's like, I'm telling you. Anyway, it's funny. So we'll see.
No, because then names, addresses, and more info would be added. Um, maybe every state is different on that too. To for me, it was because I've held quite a few, as you know, um, orders of protection, which used to be referred to as restraining orders, but um, you know, past this, there's some where, of course, when they get served, they do get some information about you. But then there are some where, if it's been ongoing for long enough, or just depending on sort of the level of harsh, it's got to be pretty harsh. Well, I don't know nowadays but back in the day when I was filing some of the ones, um, uh, it had to be relatively harsh for them to even issue an order of protection. And then you had to have a lot of proof. And then most, knock on wood, most of the things that in any recent years have been renewals. So I haven't had to do too much. Um, mm, The DNA revolution. Joe Black is sending me information um, to read in the future. Well, I'm glad you feel safe. I'm still sorry that's going on. Or has gone on, or whatever phraseology you put around it, the issue. What's going on here? Hmm. Okay, I need to turn down the volume so I can look for what I'm looking for here.
Well, the tablet's on,
Well,
but
that's good. You know it still
there's
works.
no.
Oh, micro flash drive.
Golly, I don't even know what that means really.
You know how you have those things that are the size of like a postage stamp that
Hmm.
you can plug in and expand your memory?
Yes.
You can do that on the tablet too. Well, I had given them to my daughter to use for the kids when they first went pandemic. And she must have taken my card out because there's not a, and it needs the one that's even littler, like fingernails, little finger size. But it's on.
Oh,
Yeah, so I'll have to. Re- I know where. I think there's one in my desk, but not tonight.
that's cool. That's cool. I thought maybe, who
No.
knows, maybe it'll just be an easy thing for her, and the next time her phone dies, the tab will be like, I will end this.
Yeah, no, it's fine. That was a good idea.
In the future.
Yeah. Now I've got to see if I can get the light to come back on because if I want to be doing rods, I need to see.
Yes. Yes, to a certain degree, that is absolutely true. Fascinatingly, after a while, you won't, because you'll just feel it moving one direction or the other.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, man.
Rachel's funny. She just fake yawned and said, "Oh, are you guys still here?" Well, Rachel now, like, originally it was like, well, this is our first time doing this, and every time, we'll get better at figuring out stuff. But now it's like, well, I just want to hang out with you every week. Let's see. I live in. Okay. They know I will not hesitate that we have a stand your ground law. I actually don't technically know about my city, but that's because I'm not personally interested in that. Everybody's different.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've got a prayer up. Okay, that's. I always thought it was very strange that LE personnel doesn't have their DNA in the database because samples can become contaminated. Plus, they use guns in their work. I agree with that. I think back in the day they were scared because in a lot of cases, um, they were committing crimes a lot. I mean, I'm sure that still happens, but maybe um, for a while, at a certain point in policing, people didn't think to look for it or something. She just figured out we're a bunch of limers. Yeah, I mean, she was sarcastic, but yes, we're liming. It's Friday night. This is the way we party.
I don't know. I'm thinking I want to drink at this point. Sorry.
She says she'd buy you a shot.
I would take it.
And then I, was like, what about you and alcohol? And she said, well, did you see me? Have you seen me? Like I tried to be pretty healthy about like what kind of alcohol, but yes.
Right. And I do too, like a drink a month or 2 months, So it's not like, yeah, I'm kicking them back.
But heck, if that's what you feel like, she's like, maybe she was like whispering, "Cat, don't you want a cocktail?" Psst, 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 psst.
Yes, I do.
Crazily enough, I know the exact date the last time I had any alcoholic beverage in my life. Is that not crazy? But it was such a distinct time in life for me that it's like, it just, I memorized it, I guess. But the last time I had any alcohol whatsoever was April, excuse me, April 20th, 2013.
When you found out you were pregnant with the boy.
The day before. I rarely drank even then because of all the medications I was on,
Yeah.
blood thinners and narcotics, but it was 420, which for me, my people is a literal high holiday.
Yeah.
So, um, and I had a friend that owned an old dive bar wherein she allowed that. Even this was way before laws were passed in our state, but there was a smoking place that wasn't for cigarettes, and so I was out celebrating 420, and because I would smoke weed with my normal meds. It was fine, but I thought, you know what, this is like the one night where somebody's going to like offer me a drink or whatever. So I'd avoided the majority of my meds, for the day because I thought if I want to have a drink, and that's all it was. I had a drink, um, and then just already hadn't been interested, and and we nursed for a very long time, so there was just a, but I resumed I never completely ceased narcotics. Like the doctors were like, nope, nope, you can't, yeah, in your situation you can't. It would be more damaging for the child if you go completely off your pain medicine, um, than if you were to continue. Apparently that's what I learned about, like, if you have a pain condition that creates a lot of cortisol and other things in your body, that type of thing can actually cause like birth defects. Whereas the narcotics, if you're not being careful, the child could technically be born addicted, but they're not. They don't have any birth defects, right? They know coming in, okay, this either way isn't great, but the withdrawal thing they can medicate and take care
Treat.
of. A
Yeah.
birth, yes, a birth defect can't be repaired. So I guess with people with really high level pain conditions, that is the advice that they, when you see a super specialist, it's called a perinatal OBGYN. Um, for people that are sicky, like pretty high level sickies, like, and pregnant. So um, I don't think it's like advice that they give everybody in the world, but in these cases, they're like, nope, the amount of cortisol that would create could actually modify genetic structures, whereas the pain meds could only cause this. And, they had it on like it was a really strict prescription schedule, and in a couple weeks before your due date, like they reduce it even more, but not completely. And we did okay. Knock on wood. Like there was nothing. He was fine. I mean, nobody's perfect, but in regards to that stuff, he was fine. Um, Makes a lot of sense. Sounds like an episode of Murder She Wrote, a mystery, a cocktail, and a lot of socialization. Socialization. At first, was reading socialism, and I was like, "What?" A mystery, a cocktail, and a lot of socialization. Her name was Rebecca. Her character name. Uh, oh gosh, now I'm forgetting Murder She Wrote, but Rebecca something. Anyway,
I'm ready.
she's ready. Okay, so do you want to? Are you going to be on camera or not on camera? I don't care. I just want to know. She. Oh my gosh, that was a great. That happens a lot when we're on the phone too, because she'll say, "Okay, I'm ready. I've got my earbud in or whatever." But then there's one more like adjustment she has to make, and then it cuts it off every time. Yes, Jessica Fletcher. The amount of cortisol my ex-boss created probably led to mutations in me. Sorry guys, had to fix my AirPod. Welcome back, Claudia. We hope that oh my gosh, what'd you call it? Social growing up socialization night. What'd you call it? It wasn't date night. It was something else. Spend time with your friends. Then a cousin called. Hold on here. Hold on. Now I want to know because it was like a coined phrase more. Friend time. Our friend time. Yep. Oh, does that mean you missed friend time? That sucks. It's Friday night. Be like, wake up for friend time. Wake up. I'll make friend time fun time. Extra friendly or whatever. Okay. So it's like in person friend time and then uh, digital or on phone or whatever friend time. So, so Kat was like, I'm ready. And then it cut off. because the universe likes comedic irony. Welcome back, Kat. I can see you there. I am ready. Dun dun dun.
I'm about to say I'm done, but okay, I'm back.
I'm ready. That was so funny. Okay, I'm ready. Poof.
Yeah.
Just got the notification. Wait, okay, Wolf, are you saying okay, this is a question I had. Did you get a notification from the channel or are you talking about the one that I sent individually? Okay, Kat, the question I was asking after you had said you were ready was do you want to be on camera or do you just want to like narrate? Like it's opening, it's closing. Do you have it set up so that you can be on cam?
No, I've not done cam setup before, so it would be just as humorous as the rest of the evening. Oh, Claudia came back.
Yes.
No.
Yeah,
Oh,
friend
she's
time.
back.
Yeah, friend
Okay,
time. Uh, friend time. A cousin called. It was going to be friend time, and then a cousin called.
gotcha.
So I think she said he's asleep. Let's see. Hold on.
Yeah,
Channel.
and Wolf, she snuck the camera off on me, and before I had a chance to disconnect. Fortunately, I'm not too awful looking.
You're beautiful.
No, I'm just saying my hair's not too wild, or yeah.
Yeah, you
Well,
smart. Got ready for this. I was like, not me, but
oh,
there's you have to
and,
look at way
and
down.
and by getting ready means I brushed my hair today. Okay.
Right. No. Oh no no. I'm with you on that same kind of self maintenance schedule. Hold on. I believe someone is knocking at my door. Please hold. I will pause.
Yeah, I just am frustrated to the max that my phone's being a jerk. Yeah, she bats her those eyelashes over those big green eyes. Yeah, I don't know if I can walk, talk, and hold rods at the same time. So I was going to see what she prefers to do. Well, I'm sure happy that you all are here and tolerating this. It's a good learning curve. This is the first time I've been in on a screen, um, or on stage, whatever they call it. Yeah, on stage. Except when it was just Plucky and I talking. So, and I've spoken at national conferences and things, so I don't have a problem talking in front of people. Um, well, I still thank you for it being here.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Let's see here. Hair mask on. Waited till he left.
Oh, you heard my husband hollering at the dogs.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It was like, oh my gosh, it was like you were like, thank you guys so much. And the contrast of that versus the background is like, oh, this is like sitcom level like contrast.
Okay, I'll remind him to keep his mouth closed. Now the dogs I know get loud, and they're in the other room. They're just noisy.
Let's see. Yeah, no, but it was pretty funny because I had somebody here speaking to me, but I could hear it in one ear, and it was like, "Thank you guys so much. I just appreciate it." And he was like, "Shut up!" I was like,
I didn't realize the microphone was that sensitive.
It was some funny stuff though. I think if we didn't all know you well, and I sort of know him a little bit and pretty well through you, we would have been like, "Oh no," but like knowing him, it was
Yeah,
okay.
but
I
not.
know she's okay, so this is just comedy.
That's just him being alpha with the dogs. No, he's like, because otherwise he's oochie coochie baby doggies. You know, yeah. So when he growls back at them, they know that they've crossed his line.
Baker said, "Tell him we can hear him even breathing."
I know. Well, we're glad we can
Oh,
hear him breathing.
we want breathing, but I just was like, oh my gosh, I was like, I think everybody here knows their dynamic well enough to know that this is just this is not. There's nothing wrong with this. This is just freaking hilarious.
Otherwise known as a shit show.
No, no, it was funny. Like, I get it. If people don't know, like they'd be like, "Oh, is everyone okay?" But I was just like, "That's so funny," because I don't know, like it's just the
No,
dynamic.
it's his. No, literally. I'm like, because I have to tell him. He's like, well, sometimes I have to give them their bite of ice cream on a spoon. I'm like, they're dogs.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm
I was
like,
like, I
I don't spoon. I don't spoon feed the dogs anything. Trust me.
he was just trying to be louder than them so that they could hear him. Like,
Correct. That's his. I'm the alpha dog here.
oh my god! I think it was because you were like in. It was like, and now Cat shares a moment of gratitude, right? And it was like, thank you, I appreciate. And then that sound bite ran in the background. I was like, this is Saturday Night Live. This is perfect.
That's funny. No, I know that what you're talking about, Joe.
Wait, what is okay? There's a professor who was giving a live interview for the news. Oh yeah, I came to school hunted by her mom and a baby. The baby was in his rolling thing too, like his little walker roller. And so that was really funny. She drug the child out and scooted the baby out and tried to crawl like she was in
Just
war.
to get him.
So I think you and the dogs are in good company. Yeah, no, but I thought you guys could seriously do comedy. It was like, no, a meditative moment with Kat and Dave. It was like, what?
Yeah.
We could record. Oh my gosh, you guys, we have it on recording. We could turn it into a ringtone. Oh my gosh,
Soundbite.
I might make it your ringtone. So when you call me, oh, sorry, I might piddle. Maybe it's funnier to me than it is to everybody else, but it was
No,
good.
what to do?
Oh my gosh, can you also then do you have that as your ringtone and then you're in church or somewhere? Hold on, that's my friend. We do spiritual work together.
Yeah.
Holy heck. That was the best ever. Seriously, later on, you have to rewind it. Just share it with them because and be like, okay, first of all, before I share this with you, everybody thinks it's funny, so don't worry that you're being misinterpreted. They just think that you are this, the Chris Farley of 2023 or something.
Somewhere around 3 hours and 40 seconds. Just remember that number.
My hubby only gives treats and watermelon. I, on the other hand, give them much of my food like French fries, carrots, celery, blueberries, watermelon bread, and popcorn. Oh yeah, ours all get
um, we
told.
get we get sausage and eggs because I'm doing keto from a little restaurant in town, Tudors. Um, and they get their own plate most days. He cuts it all up and he puts it. Yeah, he
Ours,
sorts it. He keeps it divided on the tray,
yes,
and
ours get ground turkey and rice, like homemade.
yeah, that's why they're fat. Okay, but that's
Joe says you've all fooled us. You're using true crime as a cover for generating comedy bits. 20, 2023 version of Grouchy Old Men.
no,
Oh,
really. He's in a good mood. That was the funny part. Yeah.
that's why it was funny, I think.
Well, I think it's
What,
funny because he's otherwise, yeah, licking their paws clean.
right?
Yeah.
How long have you been on the diet? She says.
A
Oh,
week. And I can feel a difference. Today, I actually, other than I've gotten a headache from dealing with this technique, tech stuff, um, I feel good. I feel like I've have energy today, which I never have energy. Um, my pain, I mean, my usual arthritis pain in my hands and my knees and stuff, is not bothering me. Um, so no, but yeah, I got to physical therapy this morning and I was like, I actually kind of feel good. I don't know what's wrong with me.
do they
But
know? They know about the diet change.
yes, yeah. But I had to buy a scale um to weigh myself to see. But it's really it, there's keto 2.0. So if you want to google that, it's looking at things. Oh, I could too. That would be my day to day. um but it's um it's friendlier. You don't have to like so much weigh and measure everything and put your macros in and all that jazz. But I take a powder supplement um, in my coffee that gives me ketones.
So I was going to ask where you're getting the brain food.
Um, and I've been eating breakfast, which I never do, uh,
Same.
of eggs and bacon. And yeah, with my big cup of iced coffee because it's frozen coffee and cream. Yeah.
Dream of meat. That's what popped up all of a sudden. Diet can really severely change how you feel. Dream of meat.
But Joe, check out 2.0. It I mean, if you can get yourself to ketosis just with food, that's kind of preferred. But with this one, if you're taking the supplement once a day, you can loosen a little bit more carbs in, and I'm not talking like tons and tons. Um, but if I had mashed potatoes with my fried chicken yesterday.
Mm.
And the fried, you know, I wouldn't normally do mashed potatoes because the carbs, but I did them. And yeah, so, and I mean, they even talk about, I haven't sat through their webinar. You're supposed to go on and watch this web thing, and I haven't had the time. I will this weekend. But so no, they're more liberal. And I think my bet is they even say if you want to have a couple slices of pizza, take an extra dose of the ketones or something, is my guess is what they're going to say, because
Interesting.
they can sell more product. But no, I mean, it's 1 o'clock and I'm not nodding off, getting ready for bed.
Well, and you woke up feeling good. Like,
Yeah,
I think a lot of us with the
don't
chronic
do that.
stuff, I mean, it takes 3 hours to be like, okay, I'm in a situation where I could move a little. Um, I need to get properly medicated and,
Before
and
showering. Yeah.
for anything, like moving, right?
Yeah.
Like moving to any extent. Um,
I can at least get up and go pick up food. I'm not at a point where I think I can stand and cook.
yeah.
Yeah. And he even suggested us doing like one of those meal prep things.
Oh, those boxes where all the ingredients
Yeah.
arrive.
So we ordered some of that to see because it's cheaper than eating out every meal. Um, so yeah, so my head's hurting.
Ooh. Well, is there anything that would help with that?
Um,
A break?
no, no, I don't want to keep dragging people around. Um,
No, I also don't want to make you do something if you feel like crap. Like we can move forward and
do
just
you
talk
want
to
to do?
Rachel if you
Do
feel
you want
yucky.
to do your rods? And
I mean, I have mine ready. Like I had mine ready. They're here.
yeah, why don't we? Can we do that? And then maybe you and I get together this weekend sometime and repeat the lesson if you're up
Sure. Well,
to it.
so I mean, if okay, so if okay, I'm stuck in a if okay cycle. If okay, if we're gonna get together and do a lesson, right? Then now, do you just want to read Rachel?
How so with the cards?
Well, yeah. I
What are you
mean,
talking?
well, we haven't talked to her really at all. So
Yeah,
I'm talking
that's
about like just getting out a deck and you know
that's cool. Yeah,
saying,
we can do
asking a
that.
couple
We can do the
questions, and then
rods
we can
next time.
clarify it. But if you don't feel like practicing with the rods, I may use them in this reading, but like
Yeah, I can't do them
you're
right now.
worn out. We should have just jumped on it earlier, but now we know.
I'm sorry.
Why are you sorry? It's been 3 hours and 52 minutes. Now, for the first hour, we weren't here, right? We were silent, but so it's 2 hours and 52.
For 3 hours. Yeah,
Yeah.
but we
So
chit chatted too much. So,
that's okay. It's okay. Like, you know,
but
so okay.
yes,
So
let's
let's
get
see.
her on the line.
Let's see what we can do here. So let me see if she's gonna come back. Just because I know she was like, "Hello." Um, Rachel, do you want to pick a deck? Okay. Well, I have one. She said those. They're the closest to like hot people or something. She's like the hot girls. Um, what about these two? Can I show you these as supplemental? I just say that because they sort of a lot of the little girls in the art here look like you. Would that help you? Yeah. Okay. All right. So who's that artist? Okay, let me find out. I can't remember. It's the Chicoly. It's pronounced Chicoly. Ceccoli tarot. I've had it for a long time. It's a mini deck, right? So it's really tiny, but it was at a point where I figured out the really tiny decks cost a third of the cost, and if I like the deck, then I can buy a full size, and if not, I haven't invested as much time. And I'm trying to Nicoletta. It's Nicoletta Ciccoli is an artist, and so this is her art. This is her artwork, and then someone made a deck out of it. So the reason I didn't get the large deck is while it's very pretty, it doesn't necessarily read as well as some other things because it wasn't designed to be a deck. It was a whole bunch of different artwork that she did that people loved, and then somebody was like, we should make a deck out of this, which is, not always the most communicative. Okay, here,
Yeah,
let's pull
'cause
up
they
some
have
of
to know what the card stands for and pick an image that suits
comes.
that.
Yeah, and I think in this case they did a lot of like near misses, right? It was like, well, this is the closest thing. Um, okay, she said, okay, because I was like, I'm going to pick a few and show them on camera. And she was like, I like that one. Okay, just want to pick a couple more. Hold on. You just like, oh, okay, yep. Yeah, that's pretty too. You don't pick it? Okay.
Yeah, Wolfie, I'm not hesitant to pick them up tonight. I just have a neck headache. Um, and it'll go full migraine if I don't, if I continue.
If you push it,
Yeah, right now it's just in the chair I'm sitting in is a recliner that's probably made for guys because it's got the big bulky part at the top.
oh, that like that curves your head too far forward because it's supposed to land in the middle of the neck, but we're too short. One of those things.
Absolutely.
I hate those.
Yeah. So I'm like laying over the arm.
Okay, so she's chosen a handful. Oh, she's like, okay, hold on. She's like, that wasn't the whole deck. You're right. I just thought we. But if it's yes, you're right. It's spending time with Rachel time, so you're correct. If
No,
this
it's
is
not, Joe.
then this is something that we'll do. Okay.
Because actually, I even think this is the woman's matching recliner to a recliner, and it's smaller, but the neck still is nowhere. And I've had neck surgery, so my neck is really set to a correct curve. And if I try to make it do something different, it gives me a migraine.
Okay, pull this out. Okay. Oh, you like that one. All right. Okay. All right. Do you want to narrow it down? I
They're
mean, it's
all
not.
pretty.
Yeah, it's not a reading, right? Because this is. But she chose these. Like she was looking over my shoulder, just like earlier, and she chose the ink that I was writing on those cards with, and she wanted it to be hot pink when I was writing her
Yeah.
kids. Um, and so most of these are blondes, and she a few of them she just was like, oh, that looks like me, or that reminds me of. And then um, some of the others were just she liked them. And then um, she chose all most of them are blondes, and she chose two that were distinct brunettes and one that is sort of uh, ash blonde. And the two of the brunettes, she said, I have to think that's an awesome picture because they're brunettes. Um, because she wouldn't normally pick that. And then the one with the ash blonde, she said, that's like me when I was pregnant sometimes because while I am still a natural blonde, it is naturally darker a little bit. And so when I was pregnant or whatever, I wasn't dyeing my hair as much. So she liked this card because it was ash blonde hair and this person is holding a baby.
Oh, very nice.
So we're going to start with that one. Hold on. Let's see, how can I make this arrangement so that trying to try the layout. Okay, I made mine bigger just since I'm
You're
going to show
fine.
the
I was going to
card
say
here.
you can throw me in the back room if you need to.
No, because I don't think we could hear you in the back room.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I don't really want to be on camera, so I'm trying to figure out a way to not and still show these cards, but we will find out. And then, of course, I actually was trying to turn the camera on, but I actually hit mute.
I saw that.
I was like, what happened? Okay, so here we go. So I'll try and move these closer. So this is the one that she says reminds her of her and her. Let me turn the brightness up. Of her and her kiddos because this little lady has ash blonde hair and she's holding a baby.
Ah.
So she picked that one. This is one of the brunettes where she said she has to be awesome. Like that has to be a really awesome card, or I wouldn't pick it because she's a brunette. And then a lot of these are just picks because she's like, it reminds me of me or my sisters or cousins or.
In the mirror.
Yeah. This one was one where she said, I definitely would have loved to look like do a photo shoot and look like that. I
I
think she
can
sort of did.
I can see it. Yeah.
This is the other brunette that she said she's amazing. And then she loved this because, well, she sort of made a dirty joke about what was under her skirt was made of cake too. This is just another blondie.
Mhm.
She loved this one.
Mhm.
This one, she's like, that girl's sort of weird.
Why? Because she's holding 10 rats by their tails.
Yeah, and she said the look on her face is weird, but I like the ears and the blonde. This was another one where she was like, me and my
Mommy and the
baby.
babies.
Yeah. She's like, and we were both delicious, right? So that's accurate. Oh, she's talking now. Hold on. What are you saying? She says that's her and her boy, specifically. Her and D. His initial is D. Um, this is the moon card, clearly. But she was like, that's amazing. That was another where she would, she's like, I so would be in that picture. And then this reminded her of sisters. So she must have felt close to her sisters. She thought that one was cute. She thought this one was amazing because she liked that they were swimming in her skirt like a fairy tale.
Yeah.
And then she said, just like the other one with the mirrors, with the two with the mirror, this was where she was like, "Yep, that's something I loved to do. I enjoyed having a body, being blessed and being born with a body that was so beautiful." And this is the last one. Now, she wanted, of all the other ones were sort of like she gave commentary, but she wanted this one to be the last one.
As the queen.
I
That's very
think
nice.
I think I'm gonna look. It's number 2, so based on a normal deck, it would be the Magician, but I'm not sure in this deck it is. Yeah, in this deck, see, it's the High Priestess.
And that makes sense.
Hmm. Especially now, your ancient cosmic knowledge in this deck, right? Your wisdom springs from the earth, the stars, and ancient cosmic knowledge. Trust what you know to be true. So she wanted that to be her last one of the things she picked here. Let's see here what people are saying in uh, comfortable and pick them. Let's see.
Yeah, they do seem like Alice in Wonderland, Joe.
I see. Is it adjustable? I have a new chair coming my way any day now. It's a lazy boy. Oh, that's awesome. A rocker recliner. Wonderful about the chair. I need neck surgery. The bones are curved wrong and I'm rubbing bone on bone. I'm sorry about that, Claudia. I feel that. I understand that every day, every way. Thank you, Kat, with all my neck and back pain. I've been walking the floors at night, so I told my husband, I want a rocking chair. He said, okay. Went to the furniture place, and it was the second chair inset in. Said, this is the one. I didn't know the manufacturer or anything, but the feel was perfect. That's awesome. Sweet cards. That's great, Wolfie. I hope it helps. They are pretty cards, so it's just precious. Yes, Midnight. I knew immediately. A lot of them have Alice Wonderland. Yes, they do. He tried to get me to choose leather, but they were stiff and hard. I was just thinking that, Joe. She had a beautiful life with her children. Yes, she would totally agree with you on that particular statement about having a beautiful life with her children. And while she understands that some people, she's made several statements today about, how there's been some family members that, extended family members rather, that, have made a few statements about her being selfish and stuff. She's like, well, in the ways that they experienced me, sometimes I was selfish, but they also did admit, even in that situation, that I was sweet. And I understand that I frustrated them, and a lot of that was on me. Some of it was on their expectations of how people should behave in the world. And she's saying right now that, it's also that in that particular dynamic, they believed that their kid could do no wrong. And she said, I couldn't even take that personally, because in that family, the dynamic was, if you were male, right, you were much more revered and protected and perfect, right?
And valued, yeah.
Expectations were different. And so.
Well, when you want to be the queen, you know what I mean? I mean, just because David calls me his queen, and when he's not telling the dogs to shut up, he um, he's very pampering. You know,
Awesome.
oh, I saw these and I thought you might like it. Kind of. Oh, okay, yeah.
It's awesome.
It
So
makes a
yeah,
difference.
she's like, in that dynamic, she's like, you know, she said for that particular person, and I think anybody that followed this case a little bit knows what I'm talking about because it happened pretty early, and of course, social media was all over it, right? Well, someone said she was selfish and that she knows firsthand because she's one of the kids' grandmothers or something, but she did, in fact, in that statement of her own accord, say, yes, she was very sweet, but, right? And according to Rachel, she is amazed and grateful that she said yes, she was very sweet
I know what you
because
meant.
let's see here. I hate it when males are preferred. Lacey didn't. Okay, real loud. Some sounded like
It's just,
some in-law family members were not so nice to her. Yeah, I mean, I think
there's
you know,
dynamics. Yeah.
right. Um, yeah, she just said also fertile myrtle over here. She's like, it didn't matter. She's saying right now, it didn't matter what I did. Right. She's like, and I'm sorry, I wasn't about to stop enjoying myself just because I'm fertile myrtle over here. Um, and she's like, so, I didn't, I, I'm waiting for her to finish. I don't want to misspeak. She said, I didn't always have the best picker in terms of how I selected the gentleman. And um, she said sometimes it literally felt like I was like sniffing them out because I just knew I needed to be with them. And she's like, but I would beg to offer the sentiment that perhaps that because I knew somehow instinctually that's how my children were going to come to be. She's saying it wasn't like that with every guy. She's like, but there were some times where it was just like, I don't care. He just smells right or something. And she's like, I would beg to say now there are humans here because of that instinct. And that might be the very reason for that instinct. Um, and she's saying she wasn't always the best at faithfulness, and while she is owning that, she wants it on the record that in almost, not literally every, but in almost every case where that transpired, they had been unfaithful first for long periods of time, and she would just get tired of it and say, screw this, like, I'm home with, our family, and you're out there doing X, Y, and Z, and so I'm going to go do Tom, Dick, and Harry. um, Wolf said, when the pheromones smell right, you can't go wrong. She said, at least at baby making, you can't, right? She said, there's a lot wrong if that's how, the way by which you're choosing a life partner. But she's like, she's saying also sometimes, even when you're like mid pregnancy, you don't think about that. You don't think, oh, well, because of this child, this is a life partner in some capacity, right? Like, even if you don't stay together, as long as that child is here, you're a life partner
You're
of some.
connected. Absolutely.
And she's like, and you don't always think about that. Even, she's like, at least I didn't. Even sometimes when I was fully, completely pregnant with their child, it was like, oh yeah, well, when he fades into the background. And she's like, and sometimes some of them sort of did, but because I did have a lot of different people with whom I parented, the courts were involved with those situations, right? So, then that meant that these gentlemen who might have just wanted to dip, she's like, not most of them. She just wants to clarify some of them were excited and involved fathers from the very beginning, right? So she's like, not most of them, but um, she's saying a few, so more than one, right? Um, which that's interesting because I think there's only 3 technically, but maybe she's talking about the pregnancies independently. Anyway, um, She's just saying that, um, if the courts hadn't already been involved, she could have just let them fade into the background, and handled it. She felt like she could have handled it. Um, but if there's other things going on, the court actually makes you do like a DNA test, and they notify um, the fathers and things like that. She's like, not that they hadn't already been notified, but once the courts get involved, it's different. And I personally sort of know that to be true. I have a cousin who got a knock on his door at one point, and they said, "Did you know you have, an 8-year-old daughter?" And he said, "What?" And her mom had filed for some sort of governmental assistance, right? And they had said, "Okay, how much do you receive in child support?" And she said, $0, because the dad doesn't know he's a father. And they said, "Do you know who it is?" And she said, "I know who I believe it could be," and gave them a list of like two people. And they came and took his DNA, and he was the father. He is the father. She's a human. It happens. No judgment here. Oh, good night. Good night, Miss Claudia. So, yeah, well, so, I mean, in my cousin's case, that worked out beautifully. Like, he got involved. His parents got very involved, and that young lady graduated high school very recently.
Yeah, he wasn't denying her. He just didn't know. Yeah.
No, I don't know that, he would have, without his parents, been able to be of any help, but he has loved her a great deal, right? And been a very active physical presence in her life, right? Like, he might not be a dad that can give a lot of money. His parents helped that with that, but he was always there from then on out, giving hugs and piggyback rides and
Yeah,
teaching her.
being a dad.
Yeah.
Wolf, I'm not sure that I understand what your statement is. Having to
She
identify the father.
was literally thinking about having to identify the possible father. In
What
which
situation?
situation? Ha ha ha, Jinx.
Jinxie.
Okay, so I'm gonna start off with this deck that you chose, Rachel. Um, do you want to do, Rachel? Do you want to do easy or hard first? Because I am going to ask you to talk a little bit about, just a little bit about what happened, like, what leading up, during and after, like what um, or we can like do something where we talk about life before or life after. How do you want to do it? Chronological. So you want to do a little spread on life before the, the thing itself, and then life after. Is that correct? What am I getting wrong? Oh, you want to? Okay, you want to talk about the crime first. Is this the deck you want to use? You have this one here. Hold on 1 second, guys.
You're muted. I don't know if that was intentional. You're clarifying things probably with Rachel. Hey, Plucky, are you muted intentionally? Sometimes one of our family members will walk in the room and she'll mute. So we just need to be patient.
Now she pulled me over and was like, "What other decks do you have?" Like, because if I'm talking about the crime, she's like, "You need a good crime deck," and I said, "I do. I actually was thinking that earlier today, but I keep my stuff pretty chipper." She's like, "Yeah, it's all really cute, but I need to see what you have." So she's chosen this deck where I was like, "I don't read with this one very often." And she's like, "Can I see the images?" And, and she was like, "Yep, that's it." I was like, "Alrighty, well, let's shuffle it a couple times and get going." It's the Dreams of Gaia Tarot by Raven Phelan. Ravyne. Raven. Now, of course, I've got a meds alarm going off as well. Simultaneous activity. Let's see here. Yep. Okay. Well, so I literally just dismissed the alarm and it went off anyway because it was within like 2 seconds. Let me finish shuffling and then pop these real quick. Okay, so it's the Dreams of Gaia. And apparently, like, I had a feeling earlier today, I was like, I need to get. There's one or two darker tarot sets that I've looked at and liked over the years, right? Some you look at and it's like, oh, that's just people like dark, you know, artwork or whatever. It speaks their language, but there's a couple that I think are really decent for. They don't have like they're not specifically named a crime deck, but like you know what I mean. They're darker, um, and they translate really well. So literally today, I was like, oh, what if they ask like to talk about the crime a lot? Like, what if there's somebody like that? You know, I've got decks, but I don't have anything, you know, that's too intense. And so she chose my most intense deck, which in comparison to a lot of other decks is still not that intense, but it comes with a very thick book. So apparently if I have any trouble reading any of these cards, it'll be fine. Let me look at this one. What is this one? Okay. So let's see. Yeah, I'm just looking at the time it is so that I know how to crop this out. Okay. Now, be popping, be popping them pills, yo. Is anybody in a career where they work tomorrow? I don't know about everybody's Saturday responsibilities. I was surprised that she because I thought she was like, let's go in it was like, okay, chronological order it is, and then I was like, okay, okay, what's the holdup? She was like, actually, can we do this stuff and get it out of the way so that anything else is cake? I was like, yeah, you don't even have to talk about it at all. You could have said no to anything. You're the one with the information. We don't have any. We don't know. We don't know nothing. You're able to still ride a bike, Wolfie? My microphone was far. You're able to still ride a bike, Wolfie?
They have fancy electric bikes.
What does that mean exactly? Like you pedal for a little while and then charge the engine, then it does the rest?
It's like riding a moped. I mean, they can go by them. Yeah, you charge them and you go, and you can either pedal or there you go. Yeah, you can pedal along if you want to,
Oh, like sort of
or
like a
like
Vespa, but it
yeah,
has the
yeah,
option of moving your feet if you want to move your feet.
You can ride it like a bike or you can ride it like a scooter, motor scooter.
That is fancy.
You've
Which,
never heard of e-bikes?
no. And what's interesting is, I don't speak to him much anymore, but my brother is a very avid cyclist. Like not as much as he used to be since he's doing the fatherhood. However, before the fatherhood, Saturday mornings he'd be up at really early, and they'd be going. A casual event would be them going 40, 50 miles that day to their first stopping point, and
Yeah.
then the night somewhere or whatever, and then coming back the next day. Okay, we took care of that.
The bike path in our town is the back line is my property line at the back of the house.
Mhm.
And I bought a real nice bike when I moved here and have hardly ridden it.
I mean, it sounds fun in theory.
Yes, it
I,
does.
I tell you,
Well, when the
I
girls, yeah,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
when the girls were little, we lived on the bike path in Yellow Springs, like halfway between here and Yellow Springs. And I could hook the buggy onto it. I had one of those little pull behind buggies and take Steph to kindergarten and then pick her up at the end of kindergarten and ride home. And Jossie could ride in. They both were little enough to ride in the buggy together.
That's fun.
Yeah.
I've been what I lust after is not nearly as cool as either one of your devices. They actually make tricycles, full on tricycles for adults now, and
Yeah.
I want.
I think they have. I was hoping to see if they have electric ones, though, e-bike ones.
I haven't seen them, but that doesn't mean they don't have them, right?
I
Uh,
think they do. What do you think, Wolf? Do they make tricycle ones, Wolf?
or maybe cool people call them three wheelers. Okay, I haven't used this deck
I
very
thought
much.
they did. I thought I've seen them. Just because my balance sucks.
Yeah, that's really why. I feel like I probably after a little bit of time could, as long as I had braces on my knees, because they'll separate, right? As long as I've got good braces on my knees, I think I could probably do it just fine, as long as I wasn't worried about the falling.
Yeah, I was wanting to rent bikes in Tahoe, electric bikes in Tahoe. And my nephew goes, "Have you seen your sister? She can't even walk across the room." But she's had a couple strokes. So, and I said, "Well, I was going to see if anybody had a tricycle one." He goes, "Oh, that makes sense."
Yeah. Oh, I bet he's like, oh, now I'm looking into it. Okay, here we go. Dearest archangels, angels, guides, and ascended masters, those that are of the light and from the light, we only ever wish to connect under your divine guidance and protection. Please know our gratitude for the vastness of your endless love and protection. Please help us continue our connection with Rachel Morin, who, as of a few minutes ago, chose this deck and was willing to talk about the crime that transacted or happened for her at the Ma and Pa Trail in Maryland. I think it was on the Maryland side, but she was from Maryland, right? Um, and she is hoping to eventually talk about happier aspects of things, but wanted to start with this. I'm using a deck I'm unfamiliar with. Please help this to either come out as a very clear, intuitive read or help the guidance book to be extremely effective and useful in the interpretation of how the cards fall. Hold on one second here. Okay, sorry about that. I have a love it. Yes, please. Or and a can, maybe. Sorry, we had a lovely person being nice to me and he came into the room. Okay. Please help me to be able to interpret this. How many cards do you guys want to do? 4 and 4, 5 and 5, 3 and 3, 6 and 6. All right. Okay. Through.
Give me my number.
Yeah, I was like, just I don't care. I will drop as many cards, but shuffle it this way. These are big. These are big mamba jamambas.
Compared to the little deck you were holding. Yeah.
Well, no, I'm in comparison to a normal deck. Like,
Yeah.
that might be another reason why I didn't work with them as much. They do tend to be less. These are sort of less whimsical and a little more masculine than my reads usually. Than,
Yeah.
let's see, which one is first, if you please. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, here.
I don't like that I have to keep switching back and forth. I can't.
Between what are you switching
I,
between your earbud?
no, I can't read chat and watch the screen at the same time.
Oh, well, the
Yeah.
screen is not. There's nothing happening on the screen.
Okay. Well, I didn't know if you were going to show the cards.
Probably yes, but we've got a long ways to go. We've dropped three out of 12 cards at this point. We're shuffling and she's flipping. I'm not sure if with this deck I'm gonna read inversions, but card number 3 was inverted initially. Okay. I'll leave them. I guess maybe I'll leave them as inversions until I read them. Like, this is definitely like a big hand, big hander. Somebody with big hands might be like, I love this deck. It's not too tiny for me. I was going to say a dude deck, but plenty of ladies have nice long hands. Okay, come on. Okay, you're right. Fair enough. I said, "Come on," and she said, "You're gonna rush me now." No, it's more about the deck, honey bunny. It's not you. Okay. Oh, you made it flip out that time. Showing off. Okay, that makes some sense. Okay, the second row, if you please, madame. Okay, I can't tell if this is okay. Just leave them inverted till I read them. Hmm. Okay, I'm getting good at it now, girl. Is this the right order? How about this? You want me to leave this one to the side? Okay, but keep it. Okay, this is different, but okay. However you want to do it, hon. You want this summer? Okay. I hear you, Beaky Bird. I hear you, Bird Beaky. Beak. I hear you, baby. Baby B. Are you helping her with cards? Is that it? Baby B. Baby Beaky. B. Oh, cat fell out. B. Cat fell out in his back. Welcome back. Sorry. Can you hear us?
I've been here.
Oh, well, you dropped out. Actually, I just had to add you back in. So I'm sorry. I didn't know that you were out.
When it made the weird noise, and you said, "What did you do?" I said, laid the phone on my lap. I went
Oh,
out then.
okay. I didn't hear you say laid the phone on my lap, and I actually said, "What did you do to her?" Because she's doing something. That's weird timing. Um, the phone made a weird sound.
Well, it did on my end.
Okay. Because I'm just curious about it because. Yep. Okay. This goes to the side too. She was basically laying her own clarifiers as the deck, as the read laid out, instead of waiting, to add clarifiers later. If
Yeah.
that makes any sense. And so it was like, okay, wait, you're flipping things on top of other things. And I kept moving them and I would put them back in the deck and then they'd flip right back out and land on top of something again, the same thing, right? And so it was like, well, that's clearly supposed to be there, but um
She's already dealing cards.
yeah. And
Isn't that like, are you touching my rods?
a little bit, but she definitely like, was knew exactly where they belonged.
I wonder if did she familiar?
She earlier spoke about interest. Um like how she said she she said um I would have watched your channel if it had ever actually managed to hit my
Feed.
page. Yeah. um So she gave the impression that she watches this stuff.
Oh, nice.
Um, so it's just not like, okay, I don't understand how to work this book. Okay, this has got to be here. Yeah, okay. The major arcana are all incredibly different. Rachel, I tell you, you would. Let's see here. Body, mind, but see, this says healing. Is there a misprint? Okay, okay, at least there's an index. I don't even understand. Okay, I'm trying to be patient. Okay, it's 11 of air, body, mind.
Oh, so it's got the odd suits.
Yeah, but like it's like some of they don't all have titles, right? But this one had a title, so I was looking in the major arcana. Okay, at least there's an index, so I can go straight to it. Okay, 219. I don't think I'm gonna have to do this with every card, but I just want to get a feeling since I don't use this deck. Like,
Alicia Wicker has a true crime deck.
hmm I mean, I know there's a couple that, like, I mean, I know exactly where I'm headed if I make
Uh,
that but you know, in this case, like, I didn't expect her to be. Okay. I'm trying to remember. May 20th, is that technically. Is it in Gemini already, or is it still in Taurus? May 20th.
I'll check. Taurus.
Okay. Just at the very end, though, right? Okay.
Friendly and balanced personality. Can you hear her, Wolf?
I mean, I'm pretty quiet, but I'm not
No,
silent.
she said you can hear her talk very plainly. So I didn't know if she was hearing Rachel.
Yeah. Oh, good. Good question. Then, yeah, I would like to know too.
Is Midnight still here?
Don't know. It's very possible about her falling asleep.
Yeah, it's 2 a.m. here. So
Okay.
she's here. She's not sleeping. I think we might have lost Joe Black, though.
Very possible. Earth.
I
Okay.
don't have my earbud in, so I can't hear him.
He's
Oh,
he's not
no,
chatting with us.
there he is. Power fluctuations. If I vanish, I'll be back.
Oh, sorry, love pants.
Are you getting that storm or that hurricane? Oh, power fluctuations, Wolf.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I can say relatively confidently already, even though this is slow moving, especially because I don't know this deck that well. Um, Something's way off with his head, and I'll show the cards. Right. Um, he encountered her, um, and basically it seems like paid her some sort of compliment. Now, whatever that means to this person is hard to tell. And she felt immediately like there was stuff off here, but she didn't mention it to anyone. Hold on here. see here. Good golly, this is like a phone book. Yeah. So she basically she rebuffed a compliment, and she rebuffed a compliment. She immediately knew that this person gave her the ick, and like just like didn't feel like saying anything about it. Like it was sort of just like, I don't want to be histrionic, and I don't like want to make a big deal out of anything. Plus, she also this thing right now in my ear, like too. She had a lot of good things going on that she was excited about, and she didn't want to pause to talk about something that made her worried. It genuinely made her worried. Um, and but she didn't like the next one talks about like balancing um, work and play and realistic goals and expectations, asking for help. She didn't want to ask for help because she didn't want to stop and even worry about this mother effer, you know, because she's like, I've got good things going on in my life. I'm not going to talk about this guy, no matter how much, he unsettles me, because I'm not going to let him like ruin a good time, basically. I'm not going to let it happen. And, that was a pretty significant error in judgment. Um, because the next card, and I'll show all of them, is the desire card, and the next one after that is death. He desired her to death, basically. Um, and she's like, I knew that he gave me the immediate bleh. Um, and I'm not clear yet on like if she knew him in other capacity, in any other capacity first. You know, uh, we can use some other deck for details so it's a little faster moving, but she definitely wanted to use this one, and it's pretty. I get why she wanted to use this one. Hmm. Interesting. So this is the next card's about like there's an old saying charity begins at home, right? But this card is talking about it's inverted, so it's talking about like you're willing to extend compassion to this person you view as sort of needing help, and so I think she did see him more than once, and she was like, well, he's a crazy person, right? And you've got to be kind to crazy people, and even though like her whole body was saying no, screw this crazy person, you need to take care of you, she was saying no, 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 I'm covered, this person isn't, you know so I'm going to continue to be decent to this person. Yeah, see, the next card right after that is come on, listen to your intuition. There will be ununderstandable, like these coincidences are not, they're not explainable because because this person is showing up intentionally, right? And you really need to start being more aware and listening to, first of all, your gut that's been screaming from the beginning, and second of all, this stuff that seems like, well, I just ran into you, is bullshit, and it's bullshit. um So she ran into this person several different times. Let's see here. I don't know if she knew him, before like he got crazy. Like, let's see here. Mm. She was also worried that she was being hyper vigilant because of stuff that had happened to her in the past, and she was like, "I'm just being oversensitive. Just being oversensitive. You know, I'm not all that. People don't want me like that. I'm being crazy." She talked herself out of her gut instinct to be very smartly anxious around this person. Hmm. Yeah, okay, so it's talking about there came a time in their interactions where it was like the cutoff point, right? It was like, okay, right here where you're starting to go, no, I need, I've got these past experiences, with people like sort of following me around or stalking me or whatever. Oh, Cat's trapped. I'm sorry, Cat, I didn't know. Hold on. Sorry, I didn't know you were out there.
That's okay.
Um, so but then there comes this time right after she's like, no, I need to get over myself, like this is just my trauma, I'm talking, where there was like this cutoff point where it's like, hello, okay, it is time to be truthful about what you're seeing, even if you don't like it. Time to detach from emotionally from being like, well, I need to be nice to everybody, because that's what you want to do. We understand that that's how you even self-identify. It wasn't just like a people need to be nice. That was like an intrinsic part of who she felt, she is as like a whole human, right? And it was like, no, 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 it's time to really um, speak with very care. Like, don't overspeak, don't overshare, um, keep to direct facts, no emotional quotient, and, you know, um, start to detach so that you can make smart decisions, because right now, you know, you're not. And this, there was a line, you know, a point at which, um, you know, she needed to make a change. I'm going to suspect the next cards are going to tell me she didn't make that change, but um, there was a line that. Trying to understand this. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Right at this cutoff time, she gets on this deck the crone in reverse, and you know, I could be quoting a lot of stuff, but this one says, when the crone appears in the reverse position, symbolizes a need to get in touch with your shadow self. It is time to draw on the strength of your shadow and get angry. Not a rash and reactive anger, but a cold, defiant, determined anger. Someone may need to be told to take a long walk off a short pier, because if you do not tell them, they are going to continue to expect you to be meek and compliant. They may want you to feel unimportant. They may want you to believe you have no purpose. And they definitely want you to doubt yourself. It is time to be fierce and fight back. Do not be afraid. Do not give up. Needs to go to This symbolizes a need to go to war if necessary, um, to prove to yourself that you have what it takes to, you know, get out of this situation. Okay, now I don't like this card. I don't know what this next card is, but since it fell, I didn't like it. We're going to see what it is. Okay. All right. So we can ask for, different clarifiers, but this was just her general, but because it was in a deck that I didn't know. Okay, so yeah, he's broken-minded. He encountered her. She was incredibly dazzling. Um, he paid her compliments. This is just the generic story, right? He paid her compliments. Um, and she sort of brushed them off. But it's more like brush them off like, oh no, 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 I don't think so, or no, that's not true. I'm not all like that beautiful, or no, thank you. I don't want that invitation because I'm not worth it, or whatever. This sort of set in stone um, a pattern where she was initially trying to sort of be humble, but it clicked for him. Number one, that he already liked how she, appeared, and then he read this immediately, like he interpreted this as weakness rather than and sort of a rebuffing too, but he read it as weakness in the way that it was like, oh no, 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 I'm not like that, please, too many compliments. But she also rebuffed him, right? But had she rebuffed him in a way that was like, yeah, I'm all that, get away from me, like, it might have been different. But he profiled her as beautiful, an object of lust, and weak, but also as sort of turning him down. This seems to happen more than once, right? And her continuing this pattern basically, led him to want to basically desire her to death. Like he had decided that pretty early on, that if he could get his hands on her, she was prey, right? Um, then there were these times where like the deck was saying, listen to yourself, listen to yourself, listen to yourself. Um, please, you've got to listen to yourself. And then there was a line drawn in the sand where um, it was like, okay, well, now you're going to encounter him. Like, you didn't rebuff him. You didn't ask anyone for help. You didn't really tell. I don't know if I mean, we could ask details, but at this point, it was like you didn't make a big enough deal out of it. Everything in your body was screaming to make a big enough deal out of it. Um, but you didn't, and you sort of knew you should. Some of the reasons she didn't were because she was having a delightful time in her life. She didn't want, to ruin a wonderful time with this other person's nonsense. Now, the other thing that was her ultimate downfall was her regiment. The fact that she was regimented and kept to a schedule meant that he could figure that schedule out pretty quickly. And she didn't change the schedule, even though she was pretty nervous at this point. Um, she didn't change the schedule because she sort of lived by a nothing changes my schedule. Like, I've given childbirth and still gone and done XYZ, And even though like everything around her was saying, no, 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 doesn't matter. Come on now. Like, you know, of course, no victim is at fault, right? But it was just saying, her, everything in her gut and in her energy surroundings was like, hey, no, sometimes you have to make concessions. You have to be mean when you don't want to be mean, direct when you don't want to be direct, change your schedule when you don't want to change your schedule. But she didn't. And so because of that, it leads to the opposite of healing. And, basically it leads to this event with this very cold person with cruel intentions, and that launches her on an entirely new journey in life. And I would take that to mean that is the line where she went from this current life she was living in the way she was living it to her present day life in non-physical. Let me see what chat is saying before I move forward here. Okay, so that was e-bikes. Okay, let me go back here. You can talk very plainly. I was talking about Beaky. Yes, Beaky can. She says a lot of things very clearly. She's awesome. Power fluctuations. Okay, I'd read that. Yes, here too. Been happening all day. Glad you're here. I know the weather has been good. That's good. Either the wiring or electric company. Many had outages, but we're not affected. Good. Glad we're all here together. Me too. Oh, and then Wolf said me too. So his attack was swift. Always pay attention to your angels, but for instinct. So she did know him. She knew him visually at least. I'm going to ask that clarifier. The inner feeling will never steer you wrong. It will save your life by listening to that inner voice. Tipping point. She realized it too late. Hi, Pix. Good, thank you. Okay, here. Um, Great, Angie. So happy to hear that. Switching up her routine would have been a good idea. Hi, Plucky. Sorry about that, Cat. You were like, hello, I'm down here. Um, Hi, and I think he felt that because she didn't change, it was meant to be. Hi, Cat. Hey, Sneak, how are you? I am doing okay. So let me show you these. I'm going to tip this down again and show you these cards just because they were a challenge for me to read. So the first one, this is him and his imbalance in his body and his mind. This is her. She was not a fire sign. However, this is how she appeared to him, right? Hot, hot, hot. And lovely as well. Um, this was inverted. This is a faith card here in this deck, but it was inverted. And so this is when we first are being approached and there being statements being made and stuff, and we're not standing up for ourselves, or drawing the line about being hit on in inappropriate ways, etc. Hold on here. This was the next card. But it was inverted, and this was about, hey man, this is a situation where you need to take, that passion that we know you have inside you, and draw some lines really fast with this person. You already feel weird. Like from the jump, you feel weird. Why are you not just feigning not just feigning kindness. You should get the heck out of here, like even just from this conversation, kind of thing. And this was like, nope, my life is too good. I'm not going to let this crap bother me. I'm not going to let it bother me. Nothing can bring me down. I'm in love. Things are good. I'm experiencing life in a happy way. So, no, I'm not going to do anything about it because I don't want to interrupt my happy flow. I'm going to try not to even think about it, even though my gut is screaming. Which led immediately to this. Here's the desire card. And this eyeball here caught my attention because he, basically is a human hunter. That's when he decided already. I almost never take the death card to be literal. But in this particular order, like he knew, like basically he would take great pleasure in lusting her to death, basically. This is the next card. It was this way. This is talking about all of the offerings the universe is giving you in terms of information. but it's inverted, and that's rejecting that information, even though, you know. So it wasn't like she was dumb or he was really good at being sneaky, right? This is what she wanted to be living and feeling like. So, in pursuit of being this person, she was trying to ignore everything. But this is who she was, even though she was trying, trying to enjoy being that other person. This is who she was. It's like, in the confines of this particular reading, this is like, honey, you're marked. You're marked here for this. If things don't change really soon, you're marked for this like transition. This is where we get to the last point, right? The Queen of Air. In this case, this information comes in and says, look, I don't know if it was information or another interaction with the person, or maybe was mentioning to someone, or maybe hearing something completely unrelated where someone didn't know um, that like she was interacting with this person. I don't know, but this was like a place where it was like she was getting really finite information about him being no good, and this was the support card for that wisdom and listening to inner wisdom, but it was inverted like this. Sorry, somebody keeps knocking on my door.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, so that finite information was given about that guy being not a good guy, right? And then this crone often represents like the ultimate female wisdom, right? But it was inverted. This is her regimented, organized to a fault lifestyle. And she was getting lots of instincts, impulses, and I'm feeling like even advice from someone to change this up, or just don't do it. Don't do it for a while. And she refused to change for anyone. Um, this is the next card. This is the healing card. However, it was an inverted card. This is the cold, cruel, meticulous person she encountered in an opposite of healing way that started her on a completely new type of journey. I do think this card is interesting because it definitely, like, there's one where it's fully light, and there's one where it's fully dark. And the one, it's interesting, the dragonfly is going down the lit path. The moth is, no, sorry, it's not a moth, it's a butterfly, is going down the dark path, which actually normally the dragonfly would be out at twilight and the butterfly would be out in the sun. And so it's sort of like, hey, you're taking a path that you're not built for. Now, not that the other side is not going to be wonderful, but in some ways, in making the choices she did to ignore her gut, it's sort of like some of these decisions sort of went against the grain of at least part of, what she'd been hoping for in her life. Hold on here a second. Pull these up. I don't know what chat says. But so, from the very beginning, he's way off. I don't think anybody needs to, needed cards to say that. And he was very, very attracted to her, but also didn't that wasn't the deciding factor for, okay, there's some prey for me. It was the deciding factor was she's hot and perceived to be by him weak and easy. And um and so really early on, right around the time that she had said, to herself, or I don't know if she spoke to other people, I'll ask that question, but um, right around that time where she was like, this is not going to ruin my good time. I am in love. I'm not going to let this get to me, which I would take that to mean more than one interaction, right? Because why would she be even having to think about it, letting it mess up anything? Um, if it was just a random person that acted weird on the street once. So something was going on enough for her to have to make the decision or choose to make the decision, you know, I'm not going to let this I'm not going to let this interfere. I'm blissfully happy and I don't care. But that right around like that time, whether it is something that she somehow voiced to him or said to someone else, I don't know what her social media was like, right? I don't know if she was telling some of this story and she was like, and I'm like, screw it, I don't care, I'm in love. But anyway, this desire and death card, that's when that turns up. Like it's like, basically he made the decision then. And then there were a lot of other offerings energetically made to her where it was like, at least energetically, maybe socially, I'm not sure, where it was like, hey, you need to take this seriously. Hey, hey. Um, and she just kept choosing not to. And she didn't even want to change her like schedule. Now, I think I heard somebody say at some point she had been to the trail earlier in the day as well, and with her new fella. But then, and I don't know if somebody else can verify this, but this is something like I remember hearing that she'd been to the trail earlier that day and technically done her exercising, and still chose to go back later, which was, I guess, more close to her like normal time, because she was like, oh, no, no, just because I did that socially doesn't mean I'm changing, my workout schedule. You don't look this good, you know, um, not, sticking to the plan, basically. Um, and so I don't know if anyone else remembers hearing that on some sort of social platform or other, but she had been to the park with her fella earlier that day based on what was said. Let's see. Let's see here. He was very bold. Anything like before. Okay. So this was interesting, and those cards are definitely, I think, very strong visuals. I understand like why she wanted to do that. Now I'm asking her permission to do. Can I do clarifiers using this, Rachel? Okay, thank you. Um, they're just much faster. I'm more used to reading them. That other card deck was interesting, and I might use it. Like, might take your advice and use it for crime. I need to powder them though, because they're really like sticky from being like shiny laminate type things. Um, so I think I'm gonna ask first if this is someone she knew socially, like how long. Okay, like let's see. I guess we're going to ask, how did you, can you please show me using the cards how you met this person and sort of give me just a general overview of like sort of how you met, how you interacted, like how you first came across each other, how you interacted, and maybe if we can somehow signify length. But I'll ask it every time we drop cards. I'll specify and say this particular pull is going to be for this question. He's very bold. He attacked a young girl in LA DNA in two places. Rachel Morin, yeah. Um, okay. So this first one, Miss Rachel, and all the guides, angels, archangels, and ascended masters, please. Um, can you please show me how you first met this person? Can you please show me using these cards? Can you please show me how you first met this person? Can you please show me how you first met this person? Can you please show me how you first met this person? Can you please show me how you first met this person? Okay, can you please show me how you first met this person? Okay, oh, flippity flippity. If they're like this. Is that right? Yeah, okay. Creativity, leader, focus. And then this is upheaval, conflict, loss. First, this person. Creativity, leader, focus, inverted. Upheaval, conflict, loss. You met this person at a time where you were unfocused, at a time during upheaval, conflict, and loss. Okay, can you please tell me more about how you met this first person, how you first encountered him, or person or people, I guess, technically. Can you please use the cards to show how you first encountered the offenders? I guess maybe I need to ask more specific questions. Can you show me where? Can you give me an indication of where you first met? Can you please show me where you first met?
Mhm.
Use this as a loose interpretation. Can you show me where you first met? Okay. Can I have just a little more on where you first met, where you first met, where you first met, where you first met? Where? Where you first met, where you first met. Yeah, okay. I thought so. So, somewhere out socializing, like, but it's definitely a place that offers like alcoholic beverages. Is where she first met this person or people. Can you please show me? Um, can you show me? Was it just Was this just you meeting one person, or did you meet multiple people that were associated with him that day? Was it just him you met, or was he associated with people socializing that day? Actually, I want to ask a different question. Okay. Um, can you show me, was he connected to anyone you were socializing with that day? Okay. If I'm taking this literally, then how did he know them? Okay, actually, I'm going to pause. I have better cards for that. So you met socializing. Okay. And through that. Okay. And can you show me and give me some indication of how long ago it was that you first met him? From the point where you transitioned into non-physical, if you can show sort of the amount of time between meeting them and that point. If you can please do that. Okay, from a point that you last traveled to the point where you transition into non-physical. Okay. Just out of curiosity, did you meet him or them while you were traveling? Is there any way we can find out when she last traveled? Like, is there any indication of, like, on social media or, um, let's see. Okay, so between the time you last traveled and when, okay, and when you first encountered them, um, is there any way for you to indicate how long ago that was? It was in winter. Okay, so this happened in August, right, y'all, or was it the end of July? Hello, anybody? Um, so it was winter. It was winter. Okay. I'll pull these two back in because I didn't understand them. So you met at a place where people were imbibing through this person, okay? And it was when you last traveled, and that was the time was when it was cold. This person, um, is there any way you can tell me, did you know this person? How long did you know this person? Well, I'd really like to know if she traveled out of the country last. Like to, I don't know. I feel like maybe a Hispanic, Spanish speaking country. Let's see. Um, are you saying that was it a friend of yours that introduced you, or someone that you met there? weird. Interesting. I hate this as somebody who does like tarot, but it feels like she went on a like she met him somewhere where there was partying and she was imbibing and stuff. Um, and it was when she was traveling, and um, that was in the winter. But it feels like the person that introduced them was someone like that had given her some type of service on this trip. It almost looks like she got like a reading from them, like which as a reader right now it makes me feel sort of a certain way about it. Um, and yeah, and then somehow, yeah, I don't know if this person said, "Hey, do you want to come out? Like, do you have people that you're socializing with when you're here? Are you here with somebody? Because there's going to be, like something fun to do." And that was winter, so winter was probably, I don't know, stays cold through March at the latest, maybe. So between 8 and 5.5 months ago or something like that. Um, didn't see info regarding traveling. Okay. Icky feeling. What do you mean, icky feeling? Can you clarify icky feeling? Can you show me how close you were to the person that introduced you? Can you show me how close you were, just to clarify, to the person that that introduced you? Oh, well, how well did you know, or how close were you to the person that introduced you? It was the opposite of quiet and restful, so it was loud and partying. Okay. I feel like she traveled, maybe something to do with like one of her pursuits, like achievement. I don't know if she ever like went to any kind of thing where it's like, I don't know, where it was bodybuilding or something, where it was like you celebrate, hey, that I came here to be a bodybuilding model, or a gym model, health model. I'm not sure what they call them. Um, and encountered someone who seemed like an honest person in a setting where you didn't expect to find many honest people. So you were, somewhere where you knew people were sort of rolling deep on big things. Um, let's see. Spring break time. Yeah, that's a good question. Might use the rods for those questions. Where's my little handmade deck that just talks about who people are to other people? Where are you? Here you go. Okay. I don't know if these can. Come on. Okay. So I'd asked initially where you met. Okay. And who introduced you. This let's ask for clarification using these cards. Who introduced you? Who introduced you? Please show us who introduced you. Twisted love, temporary or permanent villain, more harmful than helpful. Twisted, somebody that appears to love you but doesn't. Now, is that him or them? Can you show me who? Give me more details. Okay. More details on the person that introduced you. Okay. Yes, I'll ask that with rods because that is a good idea to ask. Did anybody introduce you or did he introduce himself? But right now, can you just please give me any clarifiers on who introduced you using these cards? A parent-teen relationship. Can you show me anything else about the person that introduced you? Okay, girlfriend. Is it a girlfriend of one of your teenagers? A friend of one of your teenagers? Keep getting like astrological signs, but in this case, we wouldn't know this stuff. A sexual arrangement. Okay. Twisted love, temporary or permanent. Parent teen relationship, girlfriend, sexual arrangement. So I'm trying to clarify, is this were you hooking up with the person that introduced you guys? Or were they hooking up? Can answer that with rods. Okay, that goes with this. We'll just leave this here. Okay. Let's try this. Who did you travel there with? Who went with you on your travels? Matriarch, family queen. Who else? Could be you or your mama. Preteen. Grandmother, grandfather. Okay, so you traveled somewhere to take one of your kiddos to visit their family. That's what I'm getting. And decided to stay there to socialize. Is that what this is? It was not relaxing. Whose hard work were you celebrating? Hmm. Okay. So the impression I'm getting is she traveled to take one of her kiddos to visit their family, and then something that came up here as a clarifier said it's a vacancy. It's a card that says vacancy leaves their family spot vacant. So I would interpret that as it was a time where she was taking one of her kiddos to visit family, and it was of some one of the fathers that was not um, as involved. Can you show me using this deck we made for you? Can you show me what kid went with you, or whose father, or both? Let's ask first, what kid went with you? Can you tell me what kid were you taking to visit their family? Which of your children? Okay. Okay, so it was with I'm be curious if we could ever find out their ages, but it was um at least we don't know like how many of the kids go to which dad or whatever, but um this has something to do with the child whose initial is F, and her mom, which is Rachel, going to visit family of of the little child, um, because the patriarch there isn't involved really, and so this was a way to see grandparents and stuff. Um, but when I was asking about going to see family. DNA guy and DNA guy's friends popped up. So now I'm wondering if all of the babies' families live in Maryland or if they live elsewhere. And then if how will we find out? Okay, we'll use this one. Um, who who is in this family connects to DNA guy and DNA guy's friends? A grown up, okay. A grown up in the family is connected to DNA guy and DNA guy's friends. Okay, what grown up? Okay. What are all these? So a gay gentleman in that side of the kiddo's family is somebody that socializes. I don't know how seriously. With DNA guy and DNA guy's friends. Let's see what else is in this deck. Um, Using this deck, um, that's so crazy because I thought this woman in one of these cards, I thought, well, there's this person that like did the tarot readings. There's Rachel, and this looks like a drag queen, right? And it's a beautiful lady, but for some reason I was like, it looks like a drag queen. Um, can I please know how is this lady that I'm gonna in my head call the tarot lady? How's this lady connected to? Let's first ask about the gay gentleman. How is this lady connected to the gay gentleman? Okay, I'm gonna ask how is this lady connected to the DNA guy? How is this tarot lady connected to the DNA guy? Just open relationship. Partner knows. This DNA guy, right? And how, again, is that person related to the gay gentleman? person. I keep getting all these astrological cards. It's like that would be useful once we figure out other stuff. But
Can I'm sorry, I like forgot I can talk. Um, People are asking. There was DNA found in Los Angeles in March.
hmm,
Was
oh,
she in
March. Yeah,
Los Angeles?
that's a wonderful question.
The other thing is also on her travel list of places she liked to go that was in her sister's article or the obituary. I don't remember which one, that she liked to go to Miami as well,
Okay.
which would be another warm spot when it's cold, you know.
Yes. Okay. We'll ask those here really quickly with the rods. I spilled some cards, so I'm just looking
Okay.
for the
Those are
last.
just kind of what we're knocking around out here.
No, that's a good. Those are good knocking arounds. You guys are good at knocking each other. Okay. All right. I think I'm stopping um, because I feel like we've got enough to go on with rods at least. Okay. So she met this person, the DNA guy, right? At some sort of, as the kids say, turn up, right? Party. And hold on a second here. Things are falling over. Um, so at some sort of turn up, but it was traveling after having traveled to there. Um, she met during this traveling. She met this woman, right? And I was like, okay, this woman was originally like the connection to DNA guy, right? But it was like, well, how did you get connected to her, right? So, how is that? How is she connected to the the family? Okay, so there's a gay gentleman. Basically, what these cards just said, okay, is there's a gay gentleman that is connected to that part of the kiddo's family, the kiddo that starts with F, at least according to these cards, right?
Yes.
Um, and I don't know if he is just like a family friend or if he's actually a family member or whatever. But he can't. He's got to be like either a friend or more distant than just like in the immediate family because this woman that introduces her to DNA Guy and DNA Guy's friends um, is a sibling to the gay guy. Sibling relationship. When I said, how are the gay guy and this tarot lady, I'm loosely calling tarot lady, related? They're siblings. And then how was the tarot lady and the DNA guy related? And it's that they're in an open relationship or an open arrangement. And also, the other thing that I had asked was, to tell me originally, I had asked, what do we know about this tarot lady, right? Um, and it talked about twisted love, temporary or permanent, and then sexual arrangement and girlfriend. So basically, it was saying this tarot lady is in a twisted, open, because it said it twice, sexual arrangement and open relationship, partner knows, right? Twisted love, temporary or permanent, girlfriend in a sexual arrangement, open relationship with DNA guy. So, um, the gay guy who's connected to the family was like, let's go. Basically, it sounds like it's like, let's go out, let's go out since, she's visiting the family. I'll take you out. Like, we'll have a good time. So they go out, and first she meets this girl because she's like a friend of the gay fella. And um, then through her, she meets DNA guy and his friends, just, socially out and about. And I feel like um, the visit partially was to the grandparents, right? Was to sell it. It was part of the reason. It was like the kiddo had some kind of achievement, some sort of like academic achievement, and part of this celebration is they got together, right? And I don't know how far away it is. Like we can ask probably using the rods, right? But it's far enough away, that she like didn't go home for the night. Um,
Yeah, I guess the location, is it near her home? Is it in LA? Is it in Miami? You know what
yeah,
I mean?
yeah, we're
Those
gonna
were,
do rods. It
yeah.
can't be too near home because otherwise she wouldn't have had to like stay um, the night, right? Or have other people say, "Well, we'll show you around," because she would live there.
Yeah.
So it's far enough away. It was on a trip, but I didn't expect it. Like I thought it was going to be like one of her just like fun trips that they talked about
Yeah.
and talked about loving, but it's more like it has a trip to visit. To take so and so to see more of her family. Okay, let's get out the rods because
Yeah,
so
because is that 18-year-old graduated? Was that
I don't know, and I don't even know if she's F.
correct? But
F
I
turned
mean,
up as a preteen.
F is a preteen.
That's what it says. That
Okay.
doesn't have it perfect, but that's the cards that dropped for F.
Okay.
Um,
That's fine.
and I mean, who knows? I guess also this achievement, right? Because like, okay, when I'd asked details about the trip, right, it was, um, sort of a tense trip for mom. Like not horrible, right? But it just sort of like, when you go to in-laws that aren't even really your in-laws,
Yeah.
you're just not really comfortable. But kiddo did something great. So, and we needed to visit family. And um, that seems like it's something that happened in the winter too. Um, and so then at this basically drinking place, they encountered each other. So now the question is, like, how far away was that?
Yeah.
Um, let's see. Let's see what people are saying.
Go way
Wait.
back.
Your sales award event. Hold on. Actually, I guess before I read all this, I could just do the rod since we're going so long. But um, oh, sorry. Yeah, I see it. The gay family member, I don't know if they're a family member or like a godfather, because if she's the sister, then she would be their family too, right? If
Right.
she's
That's what
gay
I
man,
was just thinking.
unless it is like they have one of the like it's by marriage, right? And the gay man is married into the family, to another gay man. And so this is basically, this is his sister, and his partner's sister-in-law, right? That could be one of the ways that, he is in that family without her being related to them. Or it could be a matter of, steps or halves, right? This is my half sister by another family person
Yeah.
who grew up elsewhere. But but so anyway, they are siblings. I don't know if you remember, Kat, but like from the beginning, I was like, "There's a brother sister." Like I kept saying, I really feel like it's a brother sister duo in some capacity
Yes,
or
yes,
other.
yes, you did.
Um, and I was like, I don't know, like if the sister's really like upset about anything, or if she just introduced them, or if she was like on OF herself and was like, look at this girl, she keeps beating my stats, and she was just only being like a little bit snippy, but then showed him Rachel, and he got obsessed, right? And then used the idea, you wronged my sister in some way, to be pretend angry when really he was obsessed. I'm not sure. But like I kept talking about brother and sister
Yeah, you did.
all the time. Now, technically, it doesn't appear that she is DNA Guy's sister, although, like just because Rachel knew the gay guy and went out with the sister and they met up, and it says that they were in an open relationship, right? But I guess she technically could have been in an open relationship with one of DNA friends, and DNA Guy could be the other brother. But that connects so directly into some family members that seems too obvious. So it's more likely that they are just the gay gentleman. Um, that's just his sister and her part-time F buddy or whatever. But here, okay, so I'm gonna. Okay, so if. Yeah, so see, Baker, like from the beginning, like I was like, I haven't done any readings or all, but I feel like a sister somehow showed this guy. I kept saying a sister showed him this girl, whether she was just being silly or whether it was an actual friend of hers or whether she was like, look at this she keeps beating my stats online. And then he got obsessed with her in a different way. Um, but I kept saying sister, but I guess technically it would be a sister of a family member, so that's not that far off. Okay, anyway, I'm gonna turn.
You- You're snarling my brain. Okay.
Right. Well, I'm just saying, like, if it
I
I
know
knew
you're
the
good.
conjugation, right? If it was like I kept going, oh, it's like a brother and sister, and it's like, well, no, it's a sister, right? It's a brother and sister that are the connectors to this perpetrator, rather than being the perpetrator,
Or being a brother or sister to the perpetrator.
right?
Gotcha.
Okay, so here, okay, we're gonna do rods. I've got to face away from the camera though, so okay, everything's messy. There's no place to turn this. Let's turn
You're
it this way.
fine.
We'll turn it this way. And we'll turn this way for the rod, so it'll be the best.
Because you sleep with your box of 9,000 decks of cards.
No, I do not. They come over here for fun times
Ah.
like these. Okay, hold on here. Do this so we can see the end of the rods. Can't even see them, can you? Okay, I think they're enough in the frame, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So, Kat, if you see anything, like we got to stay in some kind of order, but like if you see questions that are pertinent, let me know because I can't see what's going on over there. Okay, so our first question is, um, can we please? I can't tell who's tapped in. Hold on a second. Just focused on other things. Can I please have someone tap in? Thank you. Guys are so good. Oh, we're getting a little wandery. Okay. Now, just I know there's a lot of people's energy interested in this. Can we please let me filter the questions through so that we're not answering the thoughts of other people? Is that okay? Yes. Okay. I feel like this is human spiritual energy. Is that accurate? Yes. Am I able to work with an angel or a guide on this at this time? Is that a possibility? I don't want to be insulting to you. Oh my gosh, I'm so rude. Is this Rachel? Hi.
The
Uh,
rods are almost out of view.
in what way?
The camera needs to go up.
Okay.
I'm sorry, maybe about 6 inches. There
Oh,
you go.
that.
Well, let's see where you hold them. That's better.
Okay.
Like the
Okay.
timer was right over them.
Okay. Okay. So let's ask a couple of the important initiation questions first. Um, do you love, respect, and honor God's source? Yes. Thank you. Can you please show me what a no answer looks like when we use the rods? Thank you. Just to be silly and clarify, can you please show me what a yes answer is when we use these rods? Okay, thank you. Okay. Have my guides, archangels, and angels given you permission to use these rods at this time? I can only assume yes. Have your guides, angels, archangels, and ascended masters given you permission to use these rods at this time? Okay. To clarify, this is human spirit energy, correct? Ooh, girl, it got me tingling. Just want to verify one more time because. Ooh, let me take a deep breath. Is there a guide or an angel nearby where they could support you energetically instead of using me? Okay. Can I please ask that you connect to them energetically so that we can be using their energy instead of mine in the operation of this situation? Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be difficult. Okay, I'm going to ask the loaded question again because I just can't believe it. I thought it was going to be angels for sure. Is this Rachel Morin operating these rods? Thank you. Um, just again, this is just me doing what I do with the rods. Is this um, Marilyn Monroe operating these rods? Thank you. Is this Betty Davis operating these rods? Is this Shanann Watts operating these rods? Is this Rachel Morin operating these rods? Thank you, Rachel, for jumping through all those hoops. Thank you. I'm going to assume that we're allowed to ask questions about this since you're the one operating the rods. Is that fair? Thank you. Okay. So cards are not perfect, and certainly I am very imperfect. So the first reading where we were talking, it was talking about you encountering him and him saying things to you and you sort of blowing them off, and even though your gut was saying to be afraid, does that feel like a fair enough assessment at this point? Yes. Okay,
Big
that's a
yes.
um, and when you were having all of these encounters with him, were they all in person? No, I didn't think so. Okay. And um, were a fair number of them on the internet? That's a small yes. Okay. Were a few of them on the internet? Yeah. Okay. Were there a bunch of them by like text or something? Yes. Okay. Um, so he had your phone number somehow. Yes. Okay. Um, and using the rods to count, like pulling them out and pushing them back in, would be counting to one. Can you show me how many weeks you saw him in person leading up to, like, how many weeks was he in your town leading up to you getting killed? 1, 2, 2.5. Okay. So let me clarify that again, Rachel. Did he come to your town in the few weeks leading up to what happened? Yes. Okay. Did you invite him to your town? No. Did someone else he knew invite him to town? No. Did someone else he knows live in that town? It's a small yes. Okay. Does he know them super well? No. But he knows them enough to ask, "Hey, can I crash on your couch?" Yeah, sort of. Okay. Did he come into town intentionally to try and speak or talk to you?
That's a yes.
Did he come into town for any reason other than trying to visit with you, to your knowledge? No. When you had first met him, did you guys like hook up in any way? Small yes. So like, okay, when you very first met him, did you guys flirt? Yeah, sort of. Did you guys like dance or something? Yeah, okay. Did you guys make out? No. Did you guys have sex? No. Okay, so you were out socializing with other people and he turned up there and you guys like danced and talked to each other. Yes. And then had you seen him before that night going out to party or whatever? No. So you were introduced to him that night when you were out at like a club or bar or something? Yes. Okay. Now, um, it seemed like you were introduced to him and his friends. Did he have friends there too? Yes. Okay. And did they, um, well, first of all, were you there? Did you go out that night with some sort of gay friend or family member? Yes. Um, and then through that gay friend or family member, did you meet their sister, the gay, let me clarify. Did you meet the gay man's sister? Yes. Is she the one that knew the DNA man? Yes. Were they in some, was she a sister to the DNA man? No. Was she in some type of sexual relationship to the DNA man? Yes. Okay. When you were traveling on this occasion, were you outside of the state of Maryland? Yes. Okay. Um,
And
and
that's the trip where F's family member, F and the F went to visit a family member.
when you guys went on this place outside of Maryland, was it to visit some of the extended family of one of your children? Yes. Was there any other reason for that trip aside from that? No. Okay. I'm sorry. Can we lean on the guides or the angels for energy? I've been going a while, and they can give you so much better than I can. And I know it's sort of confusing because just through the rods we exchange so much energy. So I don't. Please don't think anything like I think you're being rude or anything like that. I just need you to try and lean on them for energetic support. Can you do that? Thank you. I'm sorry. Um, so you did, in fact, take this trip primarily so that one of your children could visit parts of their family. Okay, that was sort of a partial yes. Did you did you take this trip for reasons that didn't have anything to do with your kid? No. Okay. Did you take this trip so that your kid could do some sort of activity? Oh, yes. Okay. And then, but when they were doing this activity, did they have some of the family from their paternal side visit or participate? Yes. Okay. Now, did those people live in the same place that you traveled to? No. Okay, that's why we're getting confused things. Okay, so um, she was going somewhere because she was doing some sort of, your daughter was doing some sort of activity. Yes, that's a big yes. And when you guys both went, some of her dad's family came out to meet you guys. Yes. Is that because you were going to a place that was pretty close to where they lived anyway? Yeah. Okay. Um, where you went, was it like less than an hour away from where they lived? Yes. Okay. So you weren't going exclusively to visit family, but it was a really convenient way to get a visit in as well. Yes. Okay. So was this something for the kiddos' school? Yes. Was it, I'm going to ask a multiple part question. Was it for like dancing school or regular school, etc.? So was this something for dancing school? No. Was this something for Hebrew school? No. Was this something for some type of religious event? No. Was this something to do with academics? Yes. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Um, and you said it is for sure outside of the state of Maryland. Yes. And this trip happened in the wintertime. Is that true? Okay. And um, wherever you guys went, in the wintertime, did that place experience winter? Like, did they get snow sometimes and was it cold and all that stuff? Oh, big, yes. Okay. So, was this place like, was this place on the West Coast? No. I'll ask again more specifically, even though you just answered. Was this in LA? No. Okay. Was this in Miami? No.
Yeah, because she mentioned snow.
Yeah. Was this less Like, was this like one state? Like, do you share a board? Does Maryland share a border with this state? Yes.
Pennsylvania. It's like Ma Pa.
Okay. Was this a visit to Pennsylvania? Yes. Was this trip more than like a 4 hour drive from home? Okay, that's a sort of yes. Was this trip like an hour drive from home? Nope. Was it a 2 hour drive from home? No. Was it a 3 hour drive from home? Okay. Was it a 4 hour drive from home? Okay, that these answers are confusing me. Are you getting tired? Okay. What are important questions? She's getting tired of using her energy.
Let me look. Somebody see what we've posted.
Because I'm going to ask a guide to take over, but oh, she's making me itch all over. You got my chi going, girl. Thank you for being here. While we're waiting, um, was this the first time that you had met this girl that was the sister of the gay man? Yes. Okay. And what was the stuff about like high priestess and stuff like that? Did she like give you a tarot reading? Yes. Like, was it professional and did she like charge for it and stuff? No. So like it's when you guys all hung out, she was like, "Let me read your cards." Basically, okay. And then when you guys went out, did you go to like a bar? Okay. Was it a nightclub with dancing also? Oh yeah, okay. And um when when you were there, that's when you ran into DNA guy and his friends, correct? And just to clarify one more time, had you run into or met him in any capacity before them? No. Do we have dominant questions?
Um, no, I think you covered a lot of them. So it's the DNA guy's sister.
No. It's the gay. Let's clarify. So this is for one of your children's family, right? You were socializing with them? Yes. And you brought her with you because the trip was because of her? Okay. And one of the people in her extended family on that side is a gay male. Is that correct? Okay. And the gay male,
Has a sister.
was that his sister that did the tarot readings? Yes. Okay.
Gotcha.
And then his sister, did she know the DNA guy because they are also related? No. Did she know the DNA guy because they had a sex arrangement, like a F buddy situation? Yes. Um, Anything else before I drop the rods for a minute and then ask for guides?
No.
Okay. Rachel, you did really well with the rods. When I bring them back up, though, I'm going to ask for guides just for you and I both. We're both tired. Is there anything that, as of right now, I should have asked you, but I haven't? Yes. Okay. Is there any way you can tell me? Okay. So let me ask you this. When you guys were all out and about that night, did you engage in any kind of sexual activity with the two of them? Okay, a little bit. Was it, like you said, you danced with him on the dance floor, is that correct? Yes. Okay. and you flirted with him. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. Um, did you make out with him? Did you hook up with him? No. Okay. In regards to her, did you flirt with her? Oh, you were wait, okay. Um, did you dance with her? Yeah. Um, oh, okay. Did you dance with her? Did you flirt with her? Did you make out with her? Okay. Did you hook up with her? A little bit. So you had some sort of. Did you go when you hooked up with her? Did you guys go to another location to do that? Yes. And when you hooked up with her, was he present when you guys did that? That's really tiny, yes. So I'm not sure what that means. When you hooked up with her, was it just you and her alone? No. When you hooked up with her, was he watching? Okay. When you hooked up with her, was he directly involved in touching you sexually in any way? No. Okay. So you met them out, you guys flirted, and you sort of went to another location with them to have a sort of three-way, but it was mostly with her. Yeah. And so you sort of thought he was letting her explore certain aspects of herself, um, and that you were a safe choice for him. Sort of. Did you find him scary or super freaky in any way at that time? No. Did he express jealousy that you were with his girl? Yes. That's pretty mild. Did he express anger afterwards that you were with his girl? Very little, if any. Okay. And then, did he express frustration that you only wanted to hook up with her? Yes. Did he express that frustration that night when that stuff was happening? No. So afterwards, he expressed that he felt left out and he wanted to hook up with you. Yes. Okay.
Oh my
And
goodness.
what?
No, just how tangled it is, Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you recall earlier, I was like, I don't know why I'm getting like swingy vibes. Do you remember
No,
that?
no, no. You made it all clear. No, I'm just yeah. You've made it clear.
But I mean, that was just you and me hours ago. Like, is what I'm saying. I don't think I
Yeah.
said anything about swinging on this live. But I kept talking about if I got swingy vibes. Um, had you one more time to clarify? Had you ever met that woman before? No. Had you ever met DNA guy before then? No. Okay, when you left from that encounter, did you anticipate ever hooking up with them again potentially? Maybe. Okay. During that trip, did you ever hook up again with them sexually? No. During that trip, did you ever hook up again with them socially? Was it like a really short, like weekend trip? Yeah, okay, that's sort of what I thought as well. And then, um, is this hookup like were you dating someone else when this hookup took place? No. Okay, so you were fully like free to do whatever. Yeah. Okay. And um while this was happening, was your daughter like staying with and visiting family? Yeah. Okay, just to double, triple, quadruple verify now. Um even though it doesn't seem like gay guy and he are related. Is DNA guy, is he is he the father of the child you took there? No. Okay, I didn't think so. I just wanted to clarify. Is the gentleman who now is gay, is he the father of the child you took there? No. Is he the brother of the guy who's the dad? No. Is he a blood relative of the people in that family? Yes, but weak, yes. Does that mean he's like a distant cousin in some capacity or other? Distant is the wrong word. Okay. Is he a cousin? Okay. You know, I shouldn't have put all those extra words. Um, so, but you didn't intend to hook up with them. You thought maybe, but then you didn't have time. So, did you give your number to the woman before you guys parted ways? Yes. Did you give your number to DNA guy before you guys parted ways? No. Did DNA guy contact you through that number after the events? Yes. Did the girl contact you a lot through that number? No. Okay. Um, when DNA guy was contacting you through that number, was he trying to charm you? Yes. Was he trying to arrange a meetup? It's only a tiny yes. Was he trying to get you to do things for him online? Yes. Was he expressing that he was angry at that point later on that you had touched his girlfriend? Yes. And was that primarily because he was jealous because you hadn't touched him? Yes. Okay. Um, and so you said it was about 2 weeks before you transitioned into non physical that you believe he came into town where you live. Is that true? Yeah. Now, based on what you know now from being on the other side, did this transpire before he assaulted that person in Los Angeles? No. So this transpired. When did that happen? Let's clarify here. Because you were talking about snow, is that right? Now, when I said, can it snow there? You said yes. When you were visiting there, was there snow there? No. Okay. And from what you understand, when he assaulted that young girl, that was before you met him? Is that what you're saying? Yes. I'm not sure when he assaulted that girl.
Um, Joe had it down like March.
Okay. Um, so does DNA guy's family live where you went to visit? Let me. DNA guy, does he live in Pennsylvania? Does he live in Los Angeles? Does he have a permanent place of residence? No. Okay. Does he was he staying with friends when he was in Pennsylvania? Sort of. Was he staying with that girl when he was in Pennsylvania? Sort of. Okay, I think our energy is dying. Okay, so we're going to end for now. Rachel, thank you so much. That was a lot more information than I thought we would get ever. And of course, we'll probably try and do maybe another video where it's not a live, where we try and verify more of this information that we just learned. Um, and hold on here, we're going to turn the camera off. Okay. Archangels, angels, guides, and ascended masters, thank you for the use of this tool. Thank you for helping Rachel and me. Ordinarily, I'd ask to continue, but I think we have a pretty solid base, way more solid than we were anticipating. And she hasn't even gotten to talk about before and after. And do clarifiers, but it's getting late and everyone's exhausted. So probably tomorrow I will do, like, if Kat's free, like a quietly non-public recorded continuation of this stuff so that we can have
Sure.
a bunch of information on her, maybe like Joe and Kat or something, and so that we have just like a round robin scenario. So those that are still here or that are listening later on, um, if you have questions to ask about this situation, um, about anything that was discussed at this point or clarifiers, please,
Text them.
yeah, leave them in the comment them in the under this video. I may crop this video and put the reading for this video in a separate video. It might sound like it's a live. It won't be a live. It'll just be a cropped version of this so that we don't have all that stuff leading up to it, in the way. And so if people would just leave their questions in the comment section of either place, that would be really appreciated. And then we might, we'll try and finish up this part. And then, of course, like, the more important thing is to hear more about family life and stuff like that. But she made the choice. At first she was saying she wanted to do it chronologically, but then she was like, you know what? No, I've got some stuff to say about, this situation. So I would rather start with this. Um, and so it was her pick. So I feel, pretty comfortable with it. And, okay, so this stuff goes, so now, we've got to see if we can find out kids' ages. I don't really want to invade their privacy, but just to see about that, family. Like, it's just one state over. Um, and to ask guides, I think one of the important things would be to ask guides, how he came to hang out there. Because, clearly he'd hung out long enough to have like an F buddy there, Um, and he had friends with him, so either they traveled with him there or they already lived there and he was visiting them. I was putting some of the cards away, and she's like, please get my child's name away from his card. It's like, of course. Okay. Put this here. Right? Like, he was in town for a couple of weeks, and she did run into him. I'm sure that made her hella nervous. Like, why are you here? But if she thought he lived, one state over, it didn't
Yeah,
seem.
like, did he have a reason to be there?
Yeah, like, it could have very well been that he said, oh yeah, no, I don't live that far away, so I'm just here, you know visiting, blah blah blah, because it was not as far away as like Los Angeles.
Sure.
I guess I'm going to leave this deck here since she wants to use it. She says, well, until I get a good deck that I like that has dark themes. That's okay. Okay, lady. Okay, this is obscenely long. Um, not that I,
7 hours. So
yeah,
who's counting?
yeah. Well, me. But I guess at least starting early, even though it wasn't good socializing until way later, means that we're at least not finishing at 5 a.m.
Yeah. No, just
Uh,
4.
yeah. Well, I guess, yeah, the other day the sun was full up though, so
Yeah,
I think it was later than 5. But so anyway, um,
it's good.
oh, did Claudia come back?
She did.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see that.
That's okay. You were very busy, but I welcomed her back. I told her hello.
Let's see. Cool midnight. Just go with it. Don't question. They have sexual intercourse more than 2 times. No, I don't think they actually
They
had
did
sexual.
it all. Yeah.
Yeah, he watched her and the girl, which she had sort of like I'm giving me swingery vibes a long time ago. I was talking about it. Um, I asked privately earlier, like, were you into swingers or polyamory or dungeons, and um, she sort of said yes to swingery stuff, but not to polyamory because she didn't have any partners interested in that. And she sort of ignored the dungeon question. I think it wasn't relevant. Um, well, I don't remember exactly the date that she got hurt, but like somewhere around 2 weeks before then, she seems to think. Um,
Is when he came in town. It was March, but I'd have to look up the date.
let's see here. March. Oh, March that,
Or I'm sorry, August.
yeah, she got hurt in August, but I was very confused by
The
what
other,
March.
the LA was March.
Okay, 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 that's why. I think she probably was aware of DNA Guy's interests because she and DNA Guy were just F buddies, right? And um, swinging a little bit. So I think he watched. It sure sounds like he watched. I don't know, like if she, knew he was still trying to get a hold of her or whatever. Like I know it said she gave her number to the girl, but not the guy. But he did contact her. But the thing is, I don't know if he contacted her from the girl's phone or if he contacted her, stole the number, and
Right.
contacted her from his phone. And she said, "Who is this?" And he told her who it was, and she just put him in her phone. We'll have to ask that one.
Yeah.
Um, okay, okay. It was Good Night Wolfie a little while ago. Good Night Wolfie. Good Night Claudia. She went missing on 5th August. So yeah, he would have been in town in July. Um, that's a good question. Uh, Midnight for me to ask in the future. Did she plan to meet him that day? It doesn't feel like it to me. It feels like she was trying to just pretend like whatever lie he said that he was in town initially was true, even though she was feeling more and more like she
It
ran
was
into
real.
him a lot.
Yeah, it was
And
really to stalk her.
yeah, it seemed like he it seemed light, but lightly harassed her on the phone and then sort of turned up. And I'm sure when she first saw him, she sort of freaked out, and then he made some lie about why he was there, and then she kept seeing him. And so I'm sure she sort of, this is my guess, like based on my gut. We'll clarify because I'm not going
Yeah.
to just go on my guess, but um, I'm assuming though that she just was like, nope, he says he's here for this. He must be here for this. I'm not going to let this weirdo like ruin my good time.
Yeah, because by that point, she had started meeting her current boyfriend,
Hmm?
and they had been seeing each other for a couple of weeks when he went Facebook or whatever social media site. Um, he put it up on his social media site that they were a couple. Richard. Is it Richard Tobin?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
boyfriend there, yeah, Richard
And they
Tobin.
had been very new to dating, so it really could have only been a couple weeks, it sounds like. And then he put that on his Facebook page that they were a couple.
Yeah, I think it was just a few days before, right?
Oh
Okay,
yeah, it was a
yeah,
few days before, but you'd assume they were dating at least a couple weeks. Yeah.
yeah, and people around there seem to sort of be able to confirm that, you know?
Mhm.
Um, I mean, he went and got and spoke to some of her children when she didn't turn back up. So, like, he'd been around enough to be able to know their names and say, "Hey, have you heard from your mom?" You know,
Yeah.
that kind of stuff. So, I think he'd been around. I almost wonder if he was sort of some type of like actual just friend from a long time ago that where they ran into each other again or something. Richard, I mean, but
Oh, that's maybe she knew of him, but yeah.
yeah, and that's another reason why like he was allowed to already be sort of in her house already around the kiddos and
Yeah,
stuff.
could be.
Um, I mean, I think her alarms went off on him. I mean, probably as soon as he started texting her without.
Her giving the number.
Hmm. But that still could be like, a guy. It depends on if he texted Saturday night 3 a.m. Right? She'd be like, oh, he's drunk and he's hoping we'll have another three thing, so that he can be watching. And you wouldn't immediately panic about that. You would just be like, okay, loser, go to sleep, drink, sleep it off, or whatever. I'm sure when she saw him in town, even if she initially believed whatever his reason was, she didn't like him being there by that point. I certainly wouldn't.
No, it would obviously throw up a flag. Yeah.
Right. And it would be like, I've got a new fellow. You're not going to cause drama just because of some silly thing that I did when I was completely single and free to do so. You know, pretty much like, pretty much like one time, like
Yeah.
ever. And primarily with the lady you were with. Um, and so then, like later when we do this again, I want to make sure that we ask, like, the lady friend, does she have any inkling, or maybe, or like if she was just a buddy, like, was she even in contact with him anymore? Like,
Yeah, it's like what happened to their relationship.
right. And, because she was just an F buddy with him too. So it's like, maybe when they just stopped talking, she just, you know what I mean? She didn't think anything of it.
Yeah.
Um,
But there's still it- there still could if she shared the information with the daughter's family, maybe she didn't, share anything about it.
yeah, because it would be weird. You know what I mean? It'd be weird.
Yeah, because
Hey,
that's
I had
their
a random
ex-boyfriend.
three-way.
Yeah.
Had a random three-way with her when she was supposed to, when you were visiting, having family time, and she went out so you guys could have family time with kiddo or whatever, right? Like, I think at least initially I don't think she said anything because that'd be like, like why tell people about grown-up stuff.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
but maybe she just has gone so far as to be like, that's so weird. I had like a encounter with her earlier this year, like out at some club or whatever. And, because we don't factually even know yet if she knew he took the number out of her phone.
Right. Yeah, whose
Well,
phone he called her, if he called her on the girl's phone, that's not necessarily a connection from him. You know what I mean? They
yeah,
wouldn't necessarily look at that and go, "Oh, who's
yeah,
that?" Yeah.
yeah. Or even if it was, I don't know, like if they're saying, they said early on she had a lot of like internet people contacting her, blah blah blah, right? So
Mm-hmm.
I guess it could be that he's, in that segment of the population. Or if he got the number and then used, I don't know, one of those internet places to generate a fake number. I mean, they might still be able to track it, but they're just, trying to figure it out. And if, again, also, like these young kids, they sort of seem to know, or at least they're getting smarter, where it's like they don't text anymore, they leave a voicemail or a Snapchat that fades away or whatever.
Yeah. Did I lose you?
Mm-mm.
Oh,
No, I was just reading the comments from your conversation earlier. I got the impression she didn't say anything to anyone. Yeah, I don't know if she mentioned it to anyone in July. Like, that's a good clarifier for next time too. Because is that okay, Rachel? Are you okay with? I mean, I need to take a break, but you and I could keep going later on, just you and me, Rachel, if you want to. She gave me a kiss. She said, "No, that's okay, sweetie. You did a good job." Did I like? Are you? Did I embarrass you or anything? She said, "Yeah, a little bit, but you weren't wrong." Like, and and like I did tell you things, but you're pretty good at then asking the next question. It's like, well, sorry about that. Sorry, not sorry. If it helps,
find them.
mm-hmm. Because we're not gonna crack this case, but who knows? Like, if you told us enough, like we could leave a tip or something that said, "Hey, she socialized with somebody that turned up in town in July," or someone from Pennsylvania, something.
Yeah.
Okay, I think everyone here is either asleep
Falling
in
asleep.
front of their keyboard or falling asleep in front of their keyboard. So, thank you guys for being here. I need to edit out this reading so that that's the part of the live that's up front, and then edit out the other stuff that, like, we talked about earlier on, so that we have that too, because some of it's important. Kat talking about
Yeah.
her plans and her journey and that kind of stuff. But we'll try and get it separated so that it's not like, hey, I need a day to work on this and watch
Okay.
it.
Yeah.
You can watch it in segments. But so I'm sending everyone love and light. Oh, Pixie is here. Night, night, lady. Now that we got this first Friday lunch, whenever you get a minute, I would love to talk about doing that interview if you're up for it. And okay, anyway, good night. We love all of you and we're glad to see you. Thank you so much, Rachel Morin, for coming and visiting with us. The social part at the beginning was so fun. I hope we get to do more of that and learn a lot about more about all the things that you loved to do,
More about
and
the kiddos.
yeah, like whatever you're comfortable with, but also just and what you're up to now and what your hopes are and that kind of stuff. So we look forward to that. So we're sending love and light um, to everyone, and I'm gonna cut this thing now.
Night, sweet friend.
Night, lady. Thank you.
Uh huh.